The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Rigotti.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, this Royal Commission has previously heard evidence from a number of witnesses, including experts, lived experience witnesses and service providers, about the significant and critical role that families play in supporting serving and ex-serving Defence members. In a family support scoping study that was undertaken last year, the Defence Member and Family Support Branch of Defence, itself commissioned and upon which it is relying in the development of its strategy, the study authors observed that the research is clear, ADF members perform better and serve longer when their family is happy, well and stable. And further, families can help maintain and improve morale during a person's military career and support serving members' preparedness and capacity to carry out missions. In evidence given by Professor Lorne and Dr. Elaine Waddell in April last year, it was observed, first by Dr. Waddell, that families provide so much support. Families are the first to recognise that something's wrong, and they encourage and support the help-seeking journey. Professor Lorne said that when things go wrong, the family is there, continuing to make sure the kids go to school, continuing to make sure the bills get paid, managing the emotional labour of the family unit and the interaction with the outside world. Against this, Commissioners, this Royal Commission has also received and heard extensive evidence and has been furnished with many submissions that detail the very considerable impacts and far too often the very adverse impacts that service life has had and is having on Defence members and by extension their families and upon families directly. Service life places families under stress, and families under stress can sometimes, unfortunately and tragically, break down. This Commission has been presented with evidence that draws an association between personal and family relationship breakdowns and suicidality and suicide. In some instances, the preceding relationship breakdowns have been connected with service. In others, they suggest that a close scrutiny be paid to whether there is in fact a service connection. Thus, this Commission in the previous hearing block, we referred to the findings of the Assurance Check Report, where relationship breakdowns are identified as a relevant factor in 49% of the suicides there under consideration. Further, the report prepared by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, titled Serving and Ex-Serving Australian Defence Force Members who have served since 1985, Suicide Monitoring 1997 to 2020, highlighted that around 41% of ADF males and 38% of ADF females who died by suicide were identified as having problems in spousal relationships. Commissioners, in this examination, we will address the activities of the Defence Member and Family Support Branch, DMFS, and in that connection, the needs of Defence families, the support services that DMFS offers those families, and the extent to which those services are fitted to the family's needs. So, Commissioners, in that connection, we have Major General Wade Bradley Stothart, DSCAM CSC, Ms. Aspazia Iosophides, and Ms. Rachel Baker of the Australian Defence Force in the witness box. Might they be sworn in, please?
Do you, Major General Wade Stothart, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you, Aspasia Iosophides, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you, Rachel Baker, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, Major General Wade Stoddart is a senior officer in the Australian Army. Major General Stoddart has given evidence before this commission on the 15th of March and the 12th of April 2022. In December 2021, Major General Stoddart was appointed Head People Capability within Defence People Group, and in this role he had oversight of DMFS. And as noted during the evidence before this commission on Monday, the 17th of July, the Department of Defence and the Australian Defence Force have recently restructured, and with that there was the creation of an inaugural Chief of Personnel. Now, in connection with that restructure, as of 1 July 2023, Major General Stoddart's position changed to Head Military Personnel, reporting to the Chief of Personnel. But in that role, Major General retains oversight of and involvement in DFMS. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Commissioners, Ms Aspazia Isafades is the Area Manager of DMFS Sydney Liverpool, and she has assumed that position in 2018. She is the Executive Level 1 Officer and has been an Australian Public Servant since 1989. Between 2008 and 2018, Ms Isafades was employed with the Veterans and Veterans Family Counselling Service and Open Arms in the position of a New South Wales Intake Coordinator. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms Isafades holds a Bachelor of Social Work degree, which she obtained in 1986 from the University of New South Wales. She is also an accredited member of the Australian Association of Social Workers and an accredited mental health social worker. In the witness box, we also have Ms Rachel Baker. Ms Baker is the Area Manager for DMFS North Queensland and has held this position for 8 years. Ms Baker has worked with DMFS since 2001. That's correct, isn't it? That's correct. Prior to joining the ADF, Ms Baker was a social worker with Relationships Australia, and she has previously given evidence to this Royal Commission, and that occurred on the 30th of June 2023. That's correct. Thank you. Commissioners, if I may now turn to some formalities. There are some notices relevant to this examination. In particular, I should note NTG DEF 154A and 154B. They're both dated 6 June 2023 and issued to Defence. They do appear in a tender list I'll take you to shortly. Those notices concerned questions in relation to DMFS, including as to its organisational history, development governance, and the services it offers to families and Defence members, of course. And the Defence responded to these notices on the 6th and 7th of July, and those responses also appear in the tender list. Separately, in connection with those notices, this Royal Commission issued to Defence NTP as a notice to produce DEF 197A and 197B, again both dated 6 June, and they sought documents in connection with the notices to give. You'll see there, Commissioners, the tender list. You'll note that in item 15 of that tender list, there's a reference to the Family Support Scoping Study. That is the document to which I referred earlier in my submissions. I tender those documents, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Rivagotti. They'll be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I might commence, if I may, Major General, by with a little of the history of DMFS, and I will do that by reference to the response to the notice to give. I won't display it because it is quite detailed, but I think it is worth our while addressing a little of that history. It's correct to say, isn't it, that the historical background for Defence member and family support started with the Hamilton Report, and it's that report's recognition that providing ADF member family support was appropriate and necessary to the conduct of ADF activities. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Council.
And in connection with that, it was recognised in that report, was it not, that Defence should accept an obligation to redress the disadvantages to normal family and community life stemming from service. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Could I offer that there were service, Navy, Army, Air Force specific services prior to the Hamilton report, largely supporting families and members in a way that has lineage.
Yes, certainly. And the report, in effect, suggested there should be a greater integration of those
Yes.
services. That's
Yes,
correct.
that is exactly right.
Yes, no,
Council.
accept that. Thank you. And the report really sought to look at ways to by which Defence could seek to compensate for those specific service-related disadvantages that it identified and fill some gaps in those existing service offerings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Following that report and a series of other developments, on 1 July 1996, the Defence Community Organisation was created. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And I see the other witnesses nodding as well. Thank you. And again, subsequently there were various reviews of the service provision. There was the Scott Review in 2008. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, there is. Yes, it is.
Thank you. And as part of that report, there was a requirement for what was DCO to reconsider its mission and purpose. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that connection, look at connecting Defence families with resources and expertise in the community. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's in fact one of the key things you do presently, or DMFS does presently.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Relatedly, of course, there is the Australian Defence Force Family Covenant, and that's been affirmed by successive chiefs of the Defence Force. That's correct?
Yes.
And that covenant, it's correct to say, doesn't it, commits Defence to responding to families' changing needs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And it is said in the notice, and I assume that you would accept, that it's foundational to the evolution and operation of DMFS. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. In 1 July 2021, there was a change, and that was a name change to Defence Members Family Support. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
I think you're all familiar with that. And that was intended, I take it, to better reflect the nature of the service offerings, to focus also on the importance of the family. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, I'll take you to I won't draw the document up, but I'll refer to the scoping study, the Family Support Scoping Study. That's the study to which I referred earlier, and that appears in the tender list. Now, that was a study, as I understand it, that was commissioned by Defence through DMFS. Is that correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
And what it was is, in effect, a comparative review of service provisions in other jurisdictions. And it was intended to look at ways to enhance the delivery of the service offerings by DMFS. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And I take it that a number of opportunities were identified, and that is informing the strategy that DMFS is putting in place to support families and Defence members. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's one of the inputs that will influence.
Quite.
Yes.
Not the only input, but certainly
Yep.
one of them. Thank you. So would you agree, Major General, is it correct to say that against that background, there are some key points that can be drawn, and they are these. First, in the first instance, that Defence life is unique in nature and Defence service, and it places families at particular disadvantages, and that's the word that has been used.
Yes, I agree.
Yes. And in that connection, would you agree, and I think it's been recognised in the reports, that Defence service can place psychological stress on Defence members in the first instance,
Yes,
and
it can.
separately their families?
Yes, it can.
And you would agree, I take it, that psychological stress can lead to adverse health outcomes and well-being outcomes for Defence members and the family.
Yes.
That's not controversial, is it?
No.
And you'd accept too, and I think Defence accepts, and it's certainly in the notice they accept, that they're under an obligation to do what they can to redress those stressors.
Yes.
And of course, in that connection, to respond to the changing needs of families, because we're talking about a long period of time and things have changed over time. And I see all three of you are nodding.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. And in that connection, you'd agree too that Defence is under an obligation to provide members and families with appropriate and necessary support in that, because it's linked to defence capability. And perhaps you might expand on why you see the link to defence capability there, Major General Stothart.
Thanks, Council. Look, every family circumstances are unique. The definition of family is contextual for serving members, given their circumstances, life stage, career life cycle as well. I think that the unique nature of military service places extra demands, in some ways exceptional demands on serving personnel, and those demands will often have an impact on the families of those serving personnel. There are challenges, there's also opportunities, and there's many benefits of service. But to focus on those challenges, yes, there are, and through the life course, the family life course phases, different demands will be placed on families at different times, and many of those will be caused or impacted upon or contributed to by the service of their family member. Much of that demand, those pressures, can manifest itself in a requirement for some support and assistance, some for a short period of time, others for a longer period of time, to redress those pressures and challenges, and allow that member and that family to navigate and manage those stresses and periods to mutual benefit of them and the family, with a look to their lifetime well-being. And the more capable, the more capacity of the member and their family enables, as you stated in your opening comments, them to more fully contribute to their service and therefore unit and military capability. Yes. So yes, Council, member capacity and well-being linked to family well-being over a life course and a career course of their military service absolutely contributes to military capability.
And by extension, then family well-being itself contributes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you. And in that connection, I think you'd agree, wouldn't you, that the support services offered by DMFS are crucial means of achieving some redress for the disadvantage and supporting that, supporting defence members and families, and thus supporting capability. Do you agree with that?
I would. If I could, Council,
yes,
efforts on education and understanding of what challenges will face a family and a member through their service life, their life, are also very important to focus on, because that is preventative, and there is a number of support services to focus on when that disadvantage is affecting the family to a degree that needs support and assistance. But effort can also be placed, should be placed, and is placed on education and prevention to prepare for and to overcome those periods of disadvantage as successfully as possible.
I'm grateful for those remarks, Major General, and I might come back to them in due course when we look at some of the service offerings of DMFS, and also by reference, as you say, to the life cycle of the defence member, the life of the defence member in defence. But first, might I ask you to explain the role of DMFS in broad terms? How does it seek to achieve the matters you've just identified? I'm directing that question to you, but should the other witnesses wish to comment too, certainly they may.
DMFS's role is to assist defence members and their families, support and assist defence members and their families to navigate and manage the demands of service and family life in such a way that contributes to their lifetime well-being, and allows them to serve as fully as they can and enjoy a rich and productive family life. The support and assistance is probably in two phases, and There is the education and preparation for those demands of service life, and then the second part of their service is to assist with those the management of those stresses and demands when they do occur in such a way to help them, families and members, successfully navigate.
Thank you. So it's correct to say then there are really primary and secondary interventions or approaches for the members as a preventative, but then also a reactive response in moments of crisis or difficulty. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And I see the other members nodding. Thank you. Again, before coming to some of the detail of the service offerings, could I invite you please to identify DMFS as primary stakeholders? Families, no doubt?
Yes.
Defence members, no doubt?
Yes.
Who else?
The unit chains of command that are accountable for providing capability, but also responsible for the well-being and welfare of their members of their units, ships, flying squadrons, and associated family well-being as well. So we see the chain of command as a very important stakeholder for us to assist and help them to provide that function of overall well-being and support. There are a number of other stakeholders, local community groups and organisations that contribute to welfare and well-being in those areas. A very important stakeholder group is the Independent Advocacy for Families, Defence Families Australia, and their role in advocating for families' needs and the changing needs of families and feedback for us.
And I'll just note that each of the other witnesses were nodding support at that point.
Yeah, there are a number of other stakeholders, but I think that they are the 3 to 4 key stakeholders.
Might I just mention one other, and that is the Department of Veterans Affairs. Would you agree that they have a role or no?
Yes, no. Thank you for correcting me. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. And in what, just for the benefit of those who are listening, in what way do they have a stake in the workings of DMFS?
I think that well-being is connected over that life course, and upon entry to the Defence Force after 1 day of full-time service, they're considered a veteran. And we communicate with the Department of Veterans Affairs to let them know who has joined the military and therefore is a veteran and covered under their covenant, and responsibilities. Introductory letters are exchanged to those individuals, and we certainly encourage members to apply for a white card as such. Up until recently, DMFS was also responsible for transition, and DVA, communication between DMFS and DVA was central to that connection as well in transition.
Thank you, I'm grateful. And we might come to transition in a little more detail a little later on. But on the topic of families, the definition of families is important, is it not?
It is incredibly important.
In what way?
It's incredibly important because of a number of reasons, but 2 main ones would be that the serving member's definition of their family and who's important to them is very unique to that person. And subsequent studies and surveys will indicate that different people will view different people to have a familial relationship with them. And therefore, we need to be very conscious of who is important to our members and how we are able to provide support and assistance to them for that. Recent surveys are showing the importance of parents, ageing parents, carers, pets, and relationships that may not be a blood tie relationship, familial-wise. And the other reason that it's very important, not only is it unique to the individual, and it merges and changes over time, as you've alluded, that in essence, Defence and the military will provide specific levels of support in terms of some conditions of service to the family members. So on one hand, we are accommodating of a very broad definition of family, But at times, there is a policy interpretation of a family member as it will equate to the provision of things like housing, allowances, relocation support. So there is a more defined requirement to understand family makeup and composition.
Yeah, so in that respect, isn't there a tension between what might be regarded as one's family and what is ultimately the metes and bounds of the service offering that DMFS can provide to that family?
Yes, that's right.
In that connection, might I just raise one example, and I'd be interested in your response to this, and that is the question of single parents, single serving members with children, and the requirement of, I believe, is it 90 days that the child needs to stay with the member? If you're familiar with this,
Council, I am.
might you speak to that?
Yes. So that relating to the policy definition of a family for the attribution of conditions and benefits, we have had a system where we've defined, where we may not have appropriately defined a family in that second definition requirement with growing needs of families. So as a family families have become, whilst there's still the nuclear family, partners and children in the household, we have seen increasing numbers of single parent families, blended families, families separated by state and territory borders, and custodial arrangements which will see children return to the non-resident parent for a period of time. There was a policy that said that those children needed to be resident with that other non-custodial parent for up to 90 days to allow some housing benefits to flow and other benefits to flow. We have recently amended our policy in that regard, and now that requirement no longer exists. And categorisation, as terrible as that technical term is, now revolves around a family definition based on who do I need to be resident with me. So resident family is taken into account, and that's broadened the definition for non-custodial children returns, but also ageing parents or carers who then need to be residing with me. That definition has now broadened.
I see, thank you. And tell me, did that broadening of the definition occur on 1 July 2023?
Yes, it did.
And did it occur by reference to the new categorisation framework, is that correct?
That is correct.
And insofar as there is a new categorisation framework, does the pertinent aspects of that, do they relate only to the matters we've just raised, or is there something else relevant to the provision of services by DMFS that warrants mention?
I'm not sure I completely understand your question, Council.
Let me repeat that. We've talked about one aspect of the
Yes.
categorisation framework. Are there any other key features of that framework that we haven't discussed that might be worth mentioning now?
There is also recognised other persons as part of that. Thank you. As part of that policy change, which now broadens the scope that whilst they may not be family, if there is a recognised other person that I need to reside with me as well, then that can open up other entitlements and conditions.
I see, and it is into that category that carers or the like might fall.
Yes, yes, you're right.
Yeah, thank you. I will come to you in due course, but I just wanted to cover some structural matters first, if I may. Major General Stoddart, might you explain the current location of DMFS within defence structure and reporting lines, because there have been some changes recently, have there not?
Changes have been announced. At the moment, a Defence Member and Family Support Branch is located within the division that I lead, Military Personnel Division. That division now contains Defence Force recruiting, the career management agencies of Navy, Army and Air Force, DMFS, and also the Joint Transition Authority, as well as some other functions. We are in some transitional arrangements before we get to the final stages of the reorganisation, and the eventual composition of Military Personnel Division is still to be determined by 1 November this year.
I see. So it's not the case that you presently know where DMFS might find itself. That has yet to be determined. Is that the case?
There has been initial indications that it will move, but it's 1 November is when we need to have it confirmed by. It may move, and at the moment it's looking likely that it will.
And why might that be the case? What are the proposed benefits of the structural change?
I think that the basic premise of Military Personnel Division will be a career life cycle approach, joined through Defence Force recruiting, be career managed through the Navy, Army and Air Force career management functions, and then the Joint Transition Authority would support, prepare for transition. There are other functions within the Chief of Personnel's organisation and Defence People Group that provide a welfare and wellbeing effect for members and families. Discussions are underway, consideration is being given to how we may best align and locate those wellbeing functions, including DMFS.
Thank you. And on the topic of wellbeing functions, what relationship, if any, will DMFS have with the new, or not so new now, Health and Wellbeing branch, of which Brigadier Langford is the director?
I envisage it'll have a close relationship. The role and function of that branch will closely align with DMFS, albeit with a different focus, but ultimately looking at enhancing, maintaining and supporting the lifetime wellbeing of our people and their families.
Thank you. And in that connection, it's correct, isn't it? The Defence is currently in the process of developing a Defence mental health and wellbeing strategy, and that's in conjunction with DVA?
Yes, that's correct.
And tell me, what input, if any, is DMFS presently having, or will it have, into the development of that strategy?
It has been involved in the working groups and the steering groups developing the strategy. Obviously, a strategy is a framework for the long-term vision and execution of how we achieve best mental health and wellbeing for our people. DMFS programs and services are uniquely placed to understand the current circumstances and stresses that are placed on our members and their families, and will be ultimately a feedback up to how the strategy should focus, but also how the strategy is performing. So they are intimately involved.
Thank you. Now, you've mentioned DMFS's services. Might I ask you to address its model of service delivery?
Yeah, there are a number of specific programs and services at its most strategic level. Some programs and services are delivered nationally, and many are delivered locally and regionally.
And it might be appropriate at that point to turn to the other witnesses. Ms. Ayasafadis and Ms. Baker, might I ask each of you just to remind the commissioners of your role in the areas for which you're responsible?
Okay, so as for Sierra Ayasafadis, responsible for defence.
Sorry, could you bring the microphone closer? No, the whole.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yep.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my area of responsibility is the DMFS Sydney-Liverpool in the Greater Sydney area. That encompasses 76 establishments. Do you want me to say further?
I might turn to Ms. Baker for the moment. Okay.
My name's Rachel Baker. I'm the area manager of North Queensland. We have 2 area offices, one in Townsville, one in Cairns, but my area offices also support the remote outposts of Thursday Island, RAF Base, Sherga, and Weipa and Mount Isa.
Thank you. So having covered that, might I ask each of you to describe, I'll just wait for the adjustments to take place, to describe in the first instance the demographics of your defence member, family and cohort, and those demographics within the broader demographic of your respective local areas. And perhaps we could just take turns.
Certainly.
Okay. So
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So for the Sydney-Liverpool region, in terms of our demographics, looking at defence houses and how many defence DHA homes there are, within Sydney there's 1,875 homes. In total, there's 2,629 DHA homes in the Sydney-Liverpool region. So that encompasses 187 postcodes. So you can see the defence houses are basically dispersed throughout the Greater Sydney area. That doesn't cover people who own their own homes and those who are in RA, which is receiving rental assistance. In terms of the breakdown, we have in Sydney, Liverpool, 12,177 members. Navy and Army are fairly similar in numbers, so 5,700 Navy approximately, and 5,600 Army approximately, and 785 RAF in Sydney-Liverpool area. In terms of dependents, there's 12,330 total number of dependents. For Army, there's 5,742. Navy, we've got 5,485, and in RAF, 1,057 dependents. Our geographical area extends down as far south as past the National Park to Wollongong, north, as far north as Central Coast, Gosford, and East Coast, obviously, Eastern Seaboard, and then west as far out as just past Ermington and out further west, western suburbs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Baker?
I don't have the specific details with regards to the housing, but certainly can make that available to you at a later stage if required. In the Townsville region, we have just over 6,300 serving members. That equates to probably about 6,800 dependents of those serving members in location. In Cairns, we have close to 1,500 serving members and about 1,800 dependents in both of those areas. In Cairns, it's predominantly Navy. In Townsville, it's predominantly Army, but I do have, we do have Air Force and Navy and Army tri-services across both locations. In the remote detachments, in terms of full-time serving members, all of those outposts I mentioned earlier would probably equate to about 50 full-time serving members.
Thank you. And where each of you mentioned dependents there, are you referring both to children and to partners?
That's correct.
And are they civilian partners or are they serving partners?
I can't give you that. It would be a combination of both.
Combination. Thank
Council,
you.
yes.
Having provided that information, might I ask each of you to attend to this, and that is to indicate from your observation and your engagement with the family members what services you have identified are of particular need in each of your areas. And perhaps you could address that differentially. So, do defence members need something in particular? Do family members need something different? And does it depend a little bit on the nature of the family? Ms. Safadis, could I ask you that question in the first instance?
Sure. We do offer a suite of services And at different times, the needs are different depending on what's happening for the member or the family I'm presenting. You can't hear me? Sorry, I'll move forward. Okay.
Thank you.
Can you ask that question again, please? Sorry.
Yes, certainly. So the question was, are you able to identify what services in particular your cohort needs, looking at it from the perspective of the family member, the defence member, and then from the perspective of different types of families.
Okay. So I'll start by just outlining the scope or the core streams that we offer.
Certainly.
So we offer, sorry.
Would you like me to
No.
answer those, or you've got that?
I've got it. So critical incident and casualty support is the first stream. We also offer mobility support, absence from home support, community capacity building support, assistance to command and support to command, and wellbeing of family support. So at different times, different services are required by families, depending on their needs. And the needs for members versus the needs for family can also, they are fairly similar, but they can also differ. So for members, for example, their biggest tension, from my experience, is the working to meet capability requirements, but also to be available for family, and particularly if there's young children involved or whatever's happening in their family's life, if there's a mental health issue. So to be available to support that, and that can be a tension for the serving member.
And sorry, might I just ask you, in what way does the tension arise?
For the member, in terms of wanting to meet both those needs.
I understand, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut across you.
It's okay. Other services that could be required and are required are childcare services, for example, services in terms of education and tuition on posting, relocation, housing issues that arise from time to time, communication issues, deployment and an absence from home, and issues that arise for families when a member is absent from home. In terms of the critical incidents and casualty support, there may be requirement for us to stand up a bereavement support team, for example, and work with families and offer the support as required. If a member is seriously ill or very seriously ill, we'd offer support to relocate or bring family to the member if as required. I'm giving you the breadth.
That's all right. I might give you an opportunity for pause now and invite Ms. Baker to indicate whether do you offer the same services? Do you offer anything additional? Might you comment on that?
The services we provide in all area offices around the country, and my area included, are in line with those 6 core outputs that have been already described to Council, and I would say, from my experience, that the challenges and opportunities for both members and families are very similar, regardless of their posting location, and it will be very much subjective to people's personal experiences and feelings, where some may find some things challenging, where others find that quite opportunistic. And so it's difficult to give you an overall aspect, because everybody is quite unique in their own right.
Certainly. You have raised, just a matter of clarification for the Commission's benefit, mobility support. Is that support in connection with movement for postings?
That's correct.
Right. Now, you've indicated some of the services, and I'm grateful for that. In terms of the particular needs that you're identifying amongst your cohort, the members and families you're serving, Ms. Asafadis, are you identifying that of those various services, some are particularly required? There are some pressing needs. If so, what are they?
The common themes that we hear are on relocation, finding the right schooling for for children, being able to access public transport. Because Sydney is such a big area, making sure that work and home and school are all fairly co-located. Putting children in childcare can be quite difficult at times, and we do offer an individualised case management service that supports families to find childcare for their children. Defence School Mentors are a support service that some schools have available to them, and Defence children in those schools access those services, and they ease the way and connection for the children within as they're moving into a new school and exiting from that school.
Thank you. Just briefly, might you explain what the Defence School mentor is, what role that person serves?
Sure. Defence School Mentors are a program that DMFS basically supports. We have reporting requirements of those appointed to schools. It's a program where a mentor is appointed to a school based on an application from the school and meet the requirements of that we have in terms of eligibility. So if a school has a certain number of children, over a certain number of children, they can apply for a Defence School Mentor funding. The Defence School Mentor isn't a counsellor. They are there purely to support the children, come into the school, settle in the school, and then on their exit from the school.
I see. Thank you. You're having mentioned those particular issues, Ms. Baker. Do you identify the same particular needs amongst your cohort, or is there something more?
I think the additional consideration that I could provide being in a remote area is the added challenge, if we're talking about challenges, but again can be seen as opportunities depending on how families or serving members will perceive is the isolation and being far away from maybe their natural supports or their original home base, and that geographical distance can prove to be an added challenge with regards to settling into the community, with regards to managing any challenges associated with the serving member being absent from home for service-related issues. They would be very similar and aligned with what has already been provided.
Thank you. And having regard to the particular challenge that some of your members might encounter by reason of that remoteness and the isolation, what particular services are you offering? They might be offered elsewhere as well, but what particular service is intended to address or to attempt to ameliorate that challenge?
Sure. So there's a multitude, I guess, of different supports that we provide under that mobility support aspect. For example, in both Townsville and Cairns on an annual basis, and usually aligned with a posting period, so the February mark, noting that many members will arrive in location in January. That certainly also does change throughout the year too, but we try and get the bulk. So in February or March, we will have a welcome to area large function in Townsville, and again aligned also with the community capacity building. We have up to 150, 180 different exhibitors from the wider community, ranging from federal government, state government, local government, community supports, hobbies, interests, sporting groups, employment agencies, training establishments, all the way through to recreational concepts under the one roof, where we invite all serving members, new and old, and their families to attend, to become familiar with what's on offer in our area. We generally get maybe 1,500 or so people, and that's generally in line with the posting cycle as well. So in terms of attendance, quite a lot do come, and the value is to assist them to connect to the community that they're just being posted to, so that they're aware of the range of supports that are available. That's also extended in Cairns. As I identified earlier, it's a smaller number of dependents and serving members in that location, and therefore the invited exhibitors won't be as extensive, but the intent is still the same. And the last one we had, I think, 25 to 30 different exhibitors of the main, again, as I outlined before, those types of. The other aspects, we've got the Defence School Mentor Program, which are employed by the school, but DMFS funds. In my area, we have 32 Defence School Mentors. They also provide that assistance to the children that are posting in to our area. In my area, there's Defence School Mentors support approximately between 2,000 and 2,500 children in that area to help them settle in. Through that concept, they also extend at times, depending on how the school implements that program, support to the member and their families. We have a family support funding model as well, and some community groups that Defence or DMFS fund also provide that support to members and families posting in, and also through that absence support aspect as well. And we work really closely with them, as would be in other regions across the country. For example, the community groups, the community houses, to again provide those supports to mitigate those challenges upon posting and relocation, to help build connections and social connections, as well as connections to supports, whether it be informal or formal supports. There's tutorial assistance for children. There is partner employment programs to assist mitigate the challenges associated with relocation. And there's a wide range of other supports in that process as well. The additional aspects that we do provide is in the formal capacity is that there are social workers that can be provide support to the spouse or the partner or the serving member in regard to assisting them with tailored support and well-being and connection to either our support or external community supports as well.
Thank you. And tell me, what do you think are the primary drivers for the need for these services? I gather the posting cycle and the need to move on a regular basis is one of them. Is that correct?
That is. And if we're looking at a range of both formalised and anecdotal feedback over the years, so when I say formal, that could be the family studies, the family surveys, plus the feedback and what people are requesting, that will also drive that, and that has been consistent over the many years too.
Thank you. And tell me, Ms. Isafidis, what other issues or what other drivers have you identified as a need for the services that DMFS is providing?
I'd just like to start by saying that we do have a 24/7 helpline, so Defence Member and Family Support Helpline, and that helpline actually is the first port of call in taking a lot of these calls from members and families. In terms of my region, the things that we've identified and priorities are communication issues, mental health issues, postings, so compassionate postings, return to Australia on posting, so CRTA, which is a compassionate return to Australia, and report writing around that. Members' absences are a key sort of area. Posting issues, getting calls around posting issues. Children and children's issues, children's behavioural concerns. Parents wanting or seeking assistance with diagnoses or treatment for children. These are the kinds of issues that present. Dependents with special needs. From time to time, we receive specific questions around dependents with special needs.
And as to the approaches to DMFS in respect of mental health services and mental health support, are you able to give any indication of what some of the drivers are behind that? Is that connected with service and with postings, with cultural issues that arise? Can you comment on that?
I think that's quite broad. And again, different issues arise for different people at
Yes,
different
I accept
times. And it's reflective of the wider community as well. Like, we've just come out of COVID, and there's a big change in a lot of the children and how COVID's impacted them. So there's been a flow-on effect. And with talking about the Defence School mentors earlier, some of their issues that they've identified are children's mental health type issues, and needing to sort of look at and focus on how to provide support for those. Psychoeducation is something that we're looking at developing. We've got a number of fact sheets that we've developed around mental health and mental health supports and mental health literacy.
Thank you. And we've spoken briefly about the life cycle, or the lifespan of the defence member within defence. Are there particular recognised times or points of stress or difficulty that you have identified? And I see Major General Sadat, you're nodding as well. And
Absolutely.
Zara Safadis, might you comment, please?
Sure. And I guess they align with the normal life cycle. So on posting, moving to a new location, needing to integrate into a community, needing to make new connections, maybe the birth of a child, and particularly the first child, is always challenging, and it's a stressor and can be difficult. It's also a time of elation, so there's both of those things. Then subsequent children, having subsequent children, members' absence from home, sometimes coinciding with those. They can be quite stressful times.
Thank you. And is it correct to say that the nature of the supports you're primarily providing are crisis supports, or is it a real mix of both crisis and preventative?
Definitely a mix. We do provide the crisis support initially, and as I said earlier, Defence Member and Family Helpline take that first line position and triage the calls. They may refer them to the area office for further social work support, or a family liaison officer to connect with community supports systems, or the education liaison officer. So within our team, we may get the referral and then we'll provide some longer term work. But our support is quite time limited in terms of each episode of care. Really, in terms of clinical sessions or counselling sessions, are up to 6 sessions.
And what happens after that?
If the situation is such that the work is unfinished and the referrals to other services haven't been made or have been made, but there is a bit of a time lag, the area manager, in discussion with the Director of Regional Engagement, and will decide whether to allow additional sessions in order to complete that episode of care. Families can represent numerous times throughout their life cycle. to DMFS. So there could be multiple episodes of care within one posting.
And there's no capped provision of service, I take it, in that connection.
Sorry, what was
There's
that?
no capped provision, so that they can
They can
really present as many-
represent, for
yes.
sure, and they do.
Yes.
And we are responsive to them when they do represent.
Thank you. And you've mentioned referrals. In that request, in that regard, how are service requests made to DMFS? Self-referral?
Some are
Other
self-referral, yeah. So in our region, this last financial year, Sydney-Liverpool, we received 377 AC 698s, which are the official request for a referral from Command. So those referrals are allocated to social workers and other team members as appropriate to support these families. So they're from Command. Members do call the helpline, families do call the helpline, or they can call us directly. So there is the saying, if there's no wrong door, there's, whichever way people present, we will support them and offer support to them.
Thank you. And that you are seeing a consistent pattern, I take it, in the service you're offering.
Yes, that's correct. So members or their families can present self-referral. They come via the Defence Member and Family Helpline. They can come via the Command via either a formal means or encouraged to contact us. May I offer some additional context, which again would be relevant in all areas, is just to go back to your initial question of the supports that we provide are preventative, early intervention, all the way through to crisis support, and there'll be varying different aspects of when people will reach in for a variety of different reasons. And going back to the importance of community and different connection points in the community, we work hard to develop those stakeholder relationships that we spoke about earlier, and they also can refer to us based on the knowledge, or encourage members and families to contact us based on the knowledge of what supports we provide in the relationship, ongoing relationship, working relationship we have with them as well.
Thank you. And forgive me if I'm mistaken as to this. I think Ms. Baker, you mentioned bereavement support, or perhaps it was Ms. Iosafidis. You've mentioned bereavement support, but that prompts me in the context of this Royal Commission to ask, what is the nature of the postvention support that you offer families?
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
certainly.
We provide tailored support to that unique, I guess, needs of what the bereaved family are requesting and requiring.
So, for example, to be able to, when you
Sure.
say support, what do you mean?
So it will be both practical and emotional support and assistance tailored to whatever the family are requesting. So
Face-to-face support? Are you picking up the phone? Is it?
it could be a combination of both. There is certainly in the initial stages, it may start off with an initial phone call to develop or to provide an overview of what support we're able to provide. And from there, the family member will identify a suitable time for a bereavement support team, which will be a social worker and a military support officer, to go out and provide support to the family in a combination of both practical and emotional means. And when I say practical, that can encompass a number of practical provisions to assistance with planning a funeral and linking in with Command, providing some support and information about what types of support elements moving forward, all the way through to the emotional responses and of somebody at a very vulnerable time when they've lost their loved one.
Thank you. And is that support in any way time limited, or so it's provided in the initial stages, or can somebody come back in 5 years' time, for example, and seek additional support? Can you speak to that?
We'll never turn anybody away through the context of our support provision from the initial funeral all the way through to, on average, it would be, no, we retract that, not necessarily on average, but we generally would provide support to a family during a 12-month period. Through the context of that, there is no limitations to how often we can provide, what support needs there are, and we will also talk with them about a range of other supports that may be useful to them in terms of referral options, ongoing support, whether it be financial, informal, formal support provisions, depending on what they've identified their needs to be, and we will assist them walk through that journey with them.
Thank you. And Ms. Isafadis mentioned at six counselling sessions, I take it. Is there also that limit in respect of supports when it comes to postvention, or no?
When we're working with a bereaved family and with the bereavement support team, it is a social worker and a military support officer that basically work very closely with the family. So up to about the first 3 months, there is quite regular and consistent work with the family. At the 6-month mark, there is a contact and check-in. At the 12-month mark anniversary, there is another check-in and follow-up. If a family member, and during that time, we do refer to longer-term grieving and loss counselling supports as appropriate, or whatever their needs are. If at any time they do need to come back to us, again, it's a discussion that we have, and we have with our Director of Regional Engagement in terms of what is the best way to deal with this, and also the Director of Helpline Incident Welfare Policy, who is very well involved and quite intricately involved. The helpline also can support the family as well, so there are a number of different sort of points at which we can actually be involved.
So it's 24/7.
Yeah,
There
it
is
is.
24/7 support available to a family at any given stage throughout their ongoing support.
And that's through the helpline.
Helpline with the 24-hour support, but also in combination or in addition to the area office support as well.
Thank you. And is the helpline manned by clinicians or
Yes.
by whom? Thank you.
Health service professionals.
Ms. Baker, you referred earlier to the a survey, and so this is the Australian Defence Force Families Survey, I take it. In that connection, operator, might I ask you to display DEF.1167.0012.0103, and what this will be, you'll see when it comes up, is the summary report. There it is, of the 2022 Australian Defence Force Families Survey. It's a case, isn't it, that this survey collects information on defence families and defence members in order to look at the sufficiency of supports among and services offered, among other things. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that connection, it collects information on families' experiences of military life or defence life and how they relate to their service and the family.
Yes, that's correct.
As to that, might I ask, this connection, might I ask the operator to go to 0119 and just the methodology section there, just to indicate the types of families who provided information in relation to the survey, just onto methodology and the bullet points. You'll see there that responses were from civilian partners of permanent members, permanent ADF members who are part of a dual-serving couple, former partners, particularly they share care of a child, permanent ADF members who are single parents, and then permanent ADF members with other dependents. So that's a slightly broader definition of family we were discussing before, wasn't it, Major General Stoddart?
Yes.
And then as to the character of particular, I might go now to the challenges and the responses that were provided to this survey. The primary issues that have been identified by participants will find, operator, if I could ask you to go please to, find the page, 0133. Zero 0133. Thank you. And it's slightly awkward, it's being a draft. The previous page indicates that the three most frequently reported challenges in the 12 months preceding the survey were those points that are identified there. So a lack of control or uncertainty about the future, ADF members' time away from home or family, and participants' capacity to progress their careers. And as to those, as to the first in particular, as indicated by the survey, and I assume you would agree, that it's highly related to member absences and career and posting cycles. You're each nodding, you each agree with that, I take it?
I do, yes.
And then as to time away from home for the member, and you'll see there member absences and reference to children, there was the lack of recognition and support for the children, and that was a difficult experience. Now, I take it, Major General Stoddart, that the changes that you've just identified, are they intended to address that in part?
Yes, certainly by opening the definition of resident family for that provision of support. Yes. Council, I'm sorry, but the members' time away from home or family and the children connections, can you make that connection again?
Yes, I will. I'll make it by reference to what is shown there, and in fact, might I ask operator to display the section of that page that refers to member absences that might assist. It says there that this is the single parents or separated ADF members who could not have their children with them for 90 nights. A year were reported the lack of recognition and support for their children was a difficult experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And then on the topic of participants' capacity to progress their careers, the reference there, if we drop down to the next part of that page, operator, where it says career opportunities, whilst that's being brought up, I'll note it, is that challenges regarding capacity to progress one's own career were most commonly reported by civilian partners with and without children, and then members of dual serving partners who had children. So, and I take it, and would you agree that comes as a consequence of partners being required to move with the member and the instability and change that comes with that?
Absolutely,
Yes.
I would say,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I might now turn to some other challenges that are identified in the family survey, and that will require, operator, for you to go to 0135 and draw up the section of that first paragraph under other challenges. And you'll see there, and I think this reflects some of the matters you have already addressed, namely the next most frequent challenges are those relating to health, including mental health of the participant or another family member, or indeed the partner. And then other challenges identified include a lack of community ties and support networks. And Ms. Baker, you have indicated that arises as a particular issue, I think, within your cohort, given the question of remoteness.
Yes.
And then children's education, which we've mentioned, and then housing and childcare and financial instability as well. Having identified those issues, tell me, Major General Stoddart, what is DMFS doing about, we have some existing services, but nonetheless, this is a report that was very recently produced, or a survey very recently undertaken. So it would suggest that the services that were in place were not sufficient to address these concerns and challenges, and there are some gaps. Are you able to talk to that and say what's missing?
I can, Council. I mean, the survey is showing that the challenges of a combination of service life and family life are not unknown to us, and existing programs and services are focused on those stresses and challenges. Absence from home support programs and services exist. Assistance to assimilate people into communities within the defence community and also a local community exist. Partner employment programs exist. Children's education, transition and childcare placement programs exist. So the generic issue and programs, there are existing programs trying to address those issues. The fact that they continue to be reported to us through surveys and also anecdotally through our area managers and our social workers and chains of command indicate that the need is continually shifting and changing, and again, unique to the individual family and its circumstances. But it does indicate to us the need for us to continually to revise, review, and look at our existing programs and see whether we've got the right emphasis at the right place at the right time in the right method of delivery to ensure that we can continue to sort of mitigate those challenges as best we can from both a prevention and education perspective and also a response. I think the needs of families are changing generically. And also in some regards to a regional emphasis as well. And we also need to ensure that we are adjusting those programs in both scale and selectiveness to the relevant requirements of that region. So I don't, and families' expectations are changing as well. So I think if you were to ask me where further emphasis needs to be,
I'm happy to ask you that.
I thought you did, Council. I'm sorry. In terms of what are we doing about it?
Yes. What are you doing about it specifically, and what do you think what has already been done?
Yes.
And what do you think needs further emphasis? What will you do?
Yes. Thank you. So the survey is now taking on a wellbeing approach, looking at the wellbeing factors of family members to give us a better opportunity of the targeted requirements that we need. We have recently expanded the Partner Employment Assistance Program. We believe that partner employment in a region on posting is incredibly important for the family wellbeing. And ensuring that we can provide some support to that as well. As we've recently stated, the family needs and composition and our definition, both generically and also specifically, has recently changed. And those impacts have not yet been felt through the system yet, as people now take advantage of those broadened definitions to have more resident family come and stay with them. The existing 90 days is changing, and that will move, and making sure that we are looking after those families as best we can. So we are continuing to monitor our families and get feedback from a number of different sources about the needs that they have, and monitoring and adjusting the programs.
How do you engage in that monitoring with specificity? What do you do?
Well, there's both formal and informal. So the survey taking a generic population broad approach. Each of the programs and services have a feedback and evaluation aspect of them, and then we receive informal feedback through the local staff that are delivering the programs or observing the programs generically to give us that feedback as well into the headquarters of DMFS and the relevant director to adjust the program. So there's a broad strategic view, there's a program evaluation, service delivery perspective, and then there's informal feedback through the delivery agencies in the regions.
Tommy, do you consider that there are any gaps in your crisis delivery programs or your crisis management programs at all?
I would start by saying we can always get better. That the crisis response, by definition, can become all-encompassing. And when a family has got to a stage of crisis, often the response needs to be multifactored in a number of different areas and can take some time to remediate. The model of early prevention and intervention, but not long-term support, can be exposed when families have entered into that crisis phase. So those linkages to the long-term responses, I think your question around postvention after bereavement is an area that potentially we need to look at better. And I would also say that in crisis response, those other needs of the families that might become exposed by the crisis also need to be addressed. It's not just the grief reaction. We've probably, there's other factors at play that will require remediation.
And might you elaborate a little bit on some of those other factors?
So I think that, for instance, if there's a death of a service member, that can sometimes expose other stresses in the family circumstances, and making sure that we can not just deal with the bereavement support specifically, but also some of the other pressures that have been exposed by that in terms of other family members and relationships. Our system of next of kin and other important family members becomes quite interesting. Specifically, if there is a strained relationship between a spouse, a legally recognised spouse, and the member's parents who's become bereaved, that is a very difficult family environment for our teams to work within.
Yeah, so when you say you're looking at ways to deal with that, are you looking at specific approaches to provide support to both aspects of the family?
Yes.
Sorry, it's me.
Oh, yes.
Can I also add?
Yes, certainly.
At all times, safety planning is first. We look at safety planning, and that's really important as part of the assessment and intervention.
Thank you. So we've identified that postings are an issue, and deployments are an issue. What specific supports are offered to families with deploying members?
Do you want me to answer that? Okay.
Perhaps my colleagues
Yes,
would be best.
certainly.
Sure. So when we're aware that a member is deployed, prior to the ship or the unit deploying, we offer a pre-deployment brief to the member or to the unit, and families are welcome to be a part of that. We offer a service where if a member is away for a 6-week period, we will that sort of kicks in a automatic contact service where we contact the spouse. And do that on a weekly or fortnightly. We negotiate what they would like, and that's done through the helpline. We also offer services at times if the ship's deploying for a long period of time, for example, we may put on an event midway, and it could be like if the weather's, if it's summer, we could have a picnic type event or some kind of event where the families can come together. It just depends on what is happening. Communicating with ship's company as well. During this time, we normally get referrals for members that are in crisis or families are in crisis, and offering support to those families while the member's away. On return, we offer decompressions. So units will request that we go in and provide decompression support to families. We do ask members and families to obviously update their PM keys. So we've got all the relevant details, but also to fill out one of the family plans prior to them going with all the relevant information, because the number of spouses that will contact and say, oh, I don't know my partner's PM keys, or I don't know what unit they're in. I know they're at Holsworthy somewhere, but I don't know what unit they belong to. So just being able to sort of empower them to know a bit of that information and know who to contact.
Thank you. And I understand that multiple deployments, and correct me if I'm wrong, can be a particular stressor for the defence member and families. Do you offer particular supports for defence members who have been on multiple deployments, or a means of flagging them to identify that they might require support, taking into account a preventative approach too?
I would say not specifically. It's certainly on offer, and part of the psychoeducation, whether it be at a pre-deployment brief, whether it be at an event during the actual absence, service-related absence, all the way through to a post-deployment brief or decompression brief, as my colleague mentioned, or any of the other scopes of services, whether it be fact sheets, written resources, and also the stakeholders that we work with, including the Defence School mentors or the chaplains, the family support recipients, family support funding recipient programs that we have in the different areas. As a combination of approaches, yes, we do know that there can be accumulation of effect and impact on multiple deployments, but each deployment in itself will present different challenges, and whether that's based on life stages that is happening or unforeseen circumstances that might arise throughout that deployment, each deployment or each service-related absence will be quite unique and different for everybody.
Noting that, nonetheless, do you think it was incumbent on DMFS, noting the particular stressors that multiple deployments place upon members, to proactively provide them or contact them with relevant information regarding the services?
It is very reliant on the serving member or family member opting in for support or reaching in for support. Some of the limitations in the support that we can provide or do offer is reliant on members and families knowing the extent and the suite of services that we provide or the resources that we have at hand, or in addition to command requesting our support. We, on the ground, and also at the helpline, don't necessarily have oversight of the different battle rhythms or the different operational aspects that are required of the movements of when members are coming and going, and we do rely on that. We rely on them requesting us to assist them as a collaborative approach, us and potentially other stakeholders, to ensure that members and their families are aware of what supports might be available to them at any point throughout the deployment, before, during and after, to ensure that there is no wrong door, but they are aware of what supports that they can tap into at any stage.
Yes, I'm just concerned that might, though, nonetheless place require the member really to put their hand up at all times, not necessarily appreciating that, as is known to defence, multiple deployments can be a risk factor. Noting that, do you think that there is some benefit in some sort of proactive reach out and means of identifying those members who might be particularly susceptible, and that's just one example, but also perhaps have other particular susceptibilities having regard to the type of service they're undertaking. Do you have a view?
Yeah.
Councillor, I think it's a very sensible. I think it's a very sensible point you make that there is a risk factor associated to multiple deployments, and that our system would benefit from identification of risk and mitigation through that selection process for deployment to ensure that it is best managed. There is a respite policy in place that should assist with this, but I do think a more formal view of risk for individuals and their families for a number of factors, but certainly multiple deployments would be useful. Some families become old hands at deployments. They're very experienced in it. They understand the cycle. However, when you intersect it with family life cycle, and it might have been primary school age children at the last deployment, but now it's teenagers in adolescence, that might be a very, very different environment for that family. And whilst that previous deployment went well, the next one may not go so well from a home isolation perspective. So I think the point you raise is a good one.
Indeed. Thank you. Might I turn to another topic, another issue or challenge that was identified in the survey, and that is childcare. It said that around 1 in 5 participants reported challenges regarding lack of access to suitable housing, as mentioned, but also childcare. Might you comment on in relation to that? What is Defence doing? It may not be just a DMFS problem, a broader problem. What is Defence and DMFS doing to address childcare concerns?
Councillor, if I could talk at the sort of strategic level, and then my colleagues could probably give you better experiences from the ground. We run a childcare program which provides a contracted partner providing some specific childcare centres with guaranteed places in those childcare centres, but also a priority placement program. So if a Defence member's moving into an area, there is either no provided Defence childcare centres or there are no places available, they will seek to place those Defence children in another childcare centre that's appropriate to the family's needs in that area. Childcare availability is a national community issue.
Certainly.
In many places we will have childcare deserts or areas where childcare is not meeting sufficient demand. We're also aware that families can be very discerning around their preferences for childcare. As my colleague Ms. Isafati's indicated, the location to work, the location to home, and the location to schooling and childcare becomes very important for a family to navigate those requirements. We do see growing demand for that childcare program. We are soon to embark on a review of our childcare provision and the requirements of our families, with a view to inform the next contract we will go to market with for the provision of childcare support to Defence families. So we do also provide, I should add, before and after school support as well as part of that childcare program. So at some Defence childcare centres, priority placement, and also before and after school care. We have a view that potentially we need to expand that provision, perhaps into some family daycare circumstances as well. And we need to understand the family's needs, and some of the survey results will give us an initial indication that we can direct the review to be conducted to ensure that we can update that program to best meet families' needs.
Yes, thank you. And in that connection, I note the response to the notice to give, to which I referred earlier, and I'll just note the page, there's no need to display it, but it's DEF.9999.0103.0117, and it is stated there at paragraph 328 to that notice that between 2019 and 2022, there are a total of 6,859 children placed on the Defence Childcare waiting list, with an annual average of up to 1,714 children, where the provision of childcare could not be met upon enrolment with the provider. Now, that is an average in 2019. That came to 2,118 children. That's an awful lot of children, you'd accept, that for whom childcare is being sought.
Council, I agree. Our supply is not meeting the demand. I think that without downplaying it, some of those statistics indicate families who may be in for 2 or 3 days per week who seek 5 days per week. Or it may be families who are seeking to move childcare providers within an area to move from a civilian provided daycare centre to one that might be one of our daycare centres on-site a base for that family provision of better geographic disposition of children, parents, work, home. So the demand is exceeding supply. The statistics would need further examination to understand how many are not having their needs met at all, or how many we're meeting partially their needs.
Yes, but certainly nonetheless you accept that childcare is an issue and it's identified as an issue by members.
I absolutely do.
And you accept too, notwithstanding the national childcare problem, and I think we are well familiar with that, there are particular features of Defence Life that make obtaining childcare and quality childcare more difficult. Do you accept that?
I do.
And you accept too that having regard to DMFS's particular and Defence's particular obligations and responsibilities to provide appropriate services to its members, childcare should be a topic that ought to be scrutinised and, to the extent it can, properly provided by Defence.
Yes.
On moving then to the topic of children's education and perhaps the provision of services to older children, what is your view about the adequacy? Firstly, I withdraw that. Might you, either Ms. Iosifades or Ms. Baker, indicate to me the nature of the services that you provide to young children under 10, and then older children, adolescents?
DMFS generally will work with parents to support their children and will explore a range of different needs in the local community as to who may be best placed, depending on what the needs of that child may be. We don't provide clinical counselling or support to children, and that's important to note. But we will certainly work with a family to, again, refer and identify the best place or the best services, plural or singular, to ensure that that child and that family is attended to. In terms of what DMFS does provide is psychoeducation programs. Formerly it was KidSmart. There were previous versions and titles of that type of program, with the aim of those programs being to assist children to develop really resilience and strategies in line with some of the challenges of service life, namely mobility and absence. It's now ADF Equip, and that's currently been rolled out over the last 12, 18 months, and we continually evaluate that program and its success, and will adjust accordingly. And importantly, the additional supports that are provided are from our Defence School Mentor program that DMFS fund these schools to employ and support the DSMs in their very important role in assisting children in these schools and through that wellbeing program offered in the schools to mitigate the challenges associated with both mobility and absence. And across the country, through the Family Support Funding Program, there will be a number of other local-based community support groups or agencies or organisations that will be funded to provide tailored supports or programs that will include children. And that would be that's a national basis, but there will be targeted individual supports depending on what the needs are at various different area offices or locations across the country. Do you have anything to add to that?
The only thing I'd add to that as well is the ADF Aware program, which is a program that was rolled out to schools, whether there is a Defence School Mentor at the school or not. It's a program. That it's self-paced, and it's to make educators aware of the challenges of service life for children and the unique nature of being a child of the ADF. So looking at postings, looking at relocation and the requirements of kids. So that was rolled out about 2 years ago. There were 87 schools initially that were using it, and the last financial year we had 161 schools that have taken it up, with 656 unique users. So the program is taking off. There may not be Defence School mentors at the school, but certainly there's an appetite in the community to learn about Defence children's needs. And some schools, and particularly say in the Sydney region, because we are such a big location, there may be a number of Defence kids at the school, and it's a good tool for the educators to learn about the challenges and be equipped.
Thank you. Ms. Baker, just to clarify what you made earlier, to the extent that I recall you correctly, you said that you don't provide, or DMFS does not provide, psychological or counselling services to children. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's more specialised.
Yes, and thank you. And when you say children, do you mean people under 18, or is it a different age range?
It is people under 18.
Okay, but it nonetheless provides those services to partners or to the Defence members itself?
That's correct.
Themselves? Thank you. And you say that in order to access those services, you seek to partner with relevant service providers in the community. Is that correct?
That's correct, or have awareness or an understanding of what supports are available in each location and community, so that if a family member does present with certain requirements or needs for their children, that we're best placed to be able to assist and refer appropriately. And we will follow up to ensure if that service or the list of services, how they're progressing with accessing, did that meet their need? Should we be going back to the drawing board and looking for somewhere else? Just to, again, monitor and support them to ensure that access is provided accordingly.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Baker, how easy is that for you in your remote communities, and for those communities where it's difficult to find such services for children? It might be easier for Ms. Isophides in the middle of Sydney, but how do you find that?
That can be a challenge, in particular in our outposts. Where that would be, when I talk about outposts, it could be Thursday Island, it could be Mount Isa, it could be in Weipa. There can be some challenges, again, in both Cairns and Townsville as well, in what support provisions might be available for children, or the 0 to 18 age bracket. And I think the further remote that you have, the greater challenge in terms of the range or the choice of supports that may be available in the face-to-face. But that may lean to exploring other supports such as online or telephone or video conferencing, not necessarily with DMFS, but other forms of support that may be available through either state, federal or local support services.
And how often do you resort or have need to resort to those other methods of providing those supports? Does that vary depending on location?
It will vary, and it will vary on who, on the demographic of who's posted to a locality or their need at varying different times as well.
And do you find any difficulty in finding providers who will ever engage in the provision of that sort of support online or remote telehealth support, for example?
I think COVID certainly helped have paved the pathway for people's receptiveness to accepting online or telehealth support. We won't always be contacted. It's important to note that we won't always be contacted for that choice. Some members and families will be able to do that research themselves and navigate their own pathways if they have that awareness that we don't provide that clinical support to children as well. But if they do contact us, then certainly we will assist them in navigating as well.
Thank you. Putting questions of resourcing to one side for the moment, it's always an issue. Do you think it is a support that is warranted, having regard to the cohort and the particular pressures that are placed upon the children of ADF members?
There could definitely be benefit in that.
Ms. Ayasafadis?
I agree with that as well. It will take training, but yes, putting resources aside.
Major General Stoddart, do you have a view? And I
Yes.
ask you to put resourcing aside.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Might I refer now to another issue, and that is one that hasn't been mentioned, but nonetheless I wish to address it, although it's not mentioned in the survey. Domestic violence. What is DMFS doing in relation to family domestic violence within defence families? I might direct that question first to you, Major General Stoddart.
Yeah, we accept that family and domestic violence is a great concern for our community and for the Australian Defence Force. We have an existing strategy to prevent, respond to family and domestic violence, and we have a commander's and manager's guide to assist them in managing incidents, reports of family and domestic violence. We currently have a draft strategy in the final stages of clearance to reissue, and a draft action plan with specific areas to address is associated with that strategy to address family and domestic violence from both a education and prevention focus and a response focus. The national action plan to prevent family and domestic response acknowledges that the defence community may be more at risk to that by the nature of isolating families from normal support networks, dependence on potentially one person in the relationship, and the risk and consequences of reporting family and domestic violence and a subsequent relationship breakdown. So we are very concerned about it. We are updating our strategy and action plan, and we are attempting to reduce the impacts. We accept that it is not just a community problem, it's a specific problem for us. We also accept that it is not, family and domestic violence is requires an active organisational response.
Thank you. And just If I can ask a couple of questions following on from what you have said there, and in particular, insofar as you mention a partner who might be dependent on a member who has, for example, perpetrated family and domestic violence, what are the rights of a family to stay in the home if the member has perpetrated domestic violence? How is that managed?
At the moment, if the relationship is breaking down and the relationship is ending, the family may be able to stay in the service-provided residence or subsidised residence for a period of time post that. Given the state of housing, we are seeing quite regularly requests for extensions for that period of time so that we can allow the family to find another residence. We can provide emergency residential support to families, and at the breakdown of or ending of a relationship, that family will be provided with a government-provided removal. So their goods, household belongings, will be moved at Commonwealth expense to their preferred location in Australia.
Is there any waiting list, or what is the availability like in respect of that emergency housing? Would you happen to know?
I could defer to my colleagues.
Yes.
I think that would be regionally based.
Yes.
I understand nationally there's great demand for emergency housing. I might defer to my two colleagues.
Certainly.
You're correct. Yeah, very correct. So we have a system in place if it's a safe house system. So a family and children can actually be placed in safe accommodation for up to initially 3 nights, up to 5 nights, if they are at risk, imminent risk of harm. And we work closely with other services, so Link to Home and other community services, to support the family to be able to find appropriate accommodation. Sometimes family members will seek the support of other family or friends and stay there. So it's based on assessment, and every situation is different.
Thank you.
But definitely safety and ensuring the safety of the spouse and the children are paramount, and ongoing assessment.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker, do you have anything to add? You may not.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you. Tell me, Ms. Iosifidis, based on the needs of the cohort, that your defence members and families, where do you see the gaps? What would you like to have, in order to be able to provide services adequately to your defence members and families?
From a position of the gaps in service, the provisions are that the entitlement sits with the member and not with the family. And I think that can be quite stressful for families when they feel like they have supported the member along the military journey and the family, and then find themselves in quite a vulnerable and disempowering position, and an irretrievable breakdown of relationship, obviously. So in terms of some of the information around members having to sign off or be involved in that final removal, that being able to have the autonomy not to have to go back to the member around that stuff would be really helpful, I think, for families.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
In terms of family and domestic violence you're talking about?
We'll start there.
I'd agree that there's certainly some complexities with regards to, and certainly some stressors regarding many of the support services, or certainly the entitlements such as housing or removal will require the members' involvement in that space. So further consideration or exploration to look at how that may be of more benefit to the families would certainly be worthwhile looking at.
Thank you. And then having started there, expanding more broadly, and I'll go back to you, Ms. Asafadis, what would you like to see in order to be able to more adequately service the defence member and families within your domain?
So not in relation to family and domestic violence.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Might I ask you to repeat it, please?
So in relation to family and domestic violence?
No,
just
broadly.
broadly.
In general.
Um,
Do you need more services? Do you need more people? If you need more people, what sort of people? Maybe you can address those questions.
I think we can always do with more people, definitely. So more resources to be able to put the do more work around the preventative services and supports. At this point in time, we do have family support funded programs, and we do leverage off them, but we rely on them to do a lot of that community connection, and we don't have that opportunity to actually really immerse ourselves in that space and offer more. I'd like to see for us to have the scope to do a little bit more counselling, given the pressures on external counselling services, so that if we're not able to refer somebody immediately, to be able to then, within our own resourcing and the expertise of the clinicians within DMFS, to be able to offer those supports to families.
So in order to obtain that scope, what would you need? More training for the people you have, or more social workers, or a combination?
A combination of both.
Thank you. And training of in what nature in particular do you think would assist those who are presently working in your DFMS office?
I think the continual learning and commitment to learning in terms of best practice. So, and in the whole range of areas that social workers within the defence would be involved in. So, in terms of communication, in terms of relationships, in terms of working with parenting, just the whole scope, really. Teens and being able to support in that space with teens, not being an expert in that area, but being able to have those sessions, those short-term sessions, to be able to tide over.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker, what does your office need in order to be able to more effectively engage with your members and families and to provide them with services?
Look, I would agree with my colleague with regards to what's already been stated. In addition, one of the limitations that DMFS has across the nation, including my area, is how do we communicate to our families? How do they know what support's available to them? It will require a multifaceted approach, and the team can go out as much as they can, both in the early intervention prevention stages. We can have, there's a multitude of supports that we can offer, but the continual feedback across the years, throughout the various surveys, throughout the current anecdotal feedback that we receive, is we didn't know what scope or we didn't know who to go to. So communication and being able to effectively communicate what scope of supports are available to defence members and families are of paramount importance. That we have restrictions, we don't have our own website, we're unable to put our own resources in there. So many of the, we don't have our own social media engagement phases. So a lot of the work in the regions that we're doing is circumnavigating and making connections with local partner Facebook pages, for example, to ensure that they're able to circulate amongst their networks, going out to command. And again, another limitation is a lot of the support that we can provide in terms of that information at a basic level of support can be dependent on whether they engage us or not, and that's not consistent practice. So communication is of paramount importance, and it would be across the spectrum and multifaceted of what that might look like. So a lot of resourcing and energy could be spent in there, in that area alone. in addition to additional supports and resourcing within our local area offices.
Thank you. And I will come to that, and communication's a very important point, but I note the time and it might be appropriate to take a break.
Thank you. Just for transcription services and a couple of other issues, we do need to break every 2 hours.
Okay.
So we'll just have a short break now. Thank you, Ms. Ribagoti.
I'm grateful.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 2:15. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners. Might I trust you can hear me clearly.
Sorry, yes, we can.
I'm grateful. Thank you. Might I return, Ms. Baker, the matter that you raised prior to the short adjournment, that is the question of communication. I'm sorry, I'm just going to pause just to attend to this technical issue. Can you hear me clearly or no?
We can, but it's very soft.
Is that better? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Please do let me know if there are any difficulties. I'll endeavour to continue. So I'm sorry, Ms. Baker, you were addressing some of the issues that you think could.
We can't, you might have to put it on the other side because you're turning away from it when you look at the witness.
I see. Just my apologies, Commissioners. Just a moment.
I think we're going to revert to the traditional method.
I trust that is better.
Yes.
And I will
Yes,
try to
thank
speak
you.
loudly. Thank you. Returning to the topic, Ms. Baker. Prior to the adjournment, you addressed the question of what additional services what could assist DMFS in providing services to its members and families. And you mentioned the question of assistance around communication. I'll come to that in a moment, the question of communication. I do wish to explore that topic, but prior to addressing that, are there any particular resources that you think that, or that you consider that DMFS requires, or any particular types of service from which the ADF members and families might benefit?
I believe that there is certainly further scope for additional resourcing within the regions. I can speak for myself and my region with regards to that. Certainly if our scope of practice or support was extended or was utilised based on people understanding what support was provided, or what could be provided in the regions, all the way through to being responsive. You inferred earlier about the support to children. Certainly that could be a consideration, and if that was something that was recommended, then that would require further resourcing and training. My colleague mentioned earlier that there could be some scope for additional support to be able to provide, or provision of support to potentially at times extend beyond the 4 to 6 sessions brief intervention. And in doing so, if that was required, and in response to that, going back, it is because some community agencies are exhausted based on their own community need, and therefore that can disadvantage defence members and families accessing those, because of different priorities in their own service provision and potentially the needs of the wider community. So therefore, sometimes our defence members can't access those support services because they're already exhausted. So in the event of that, we may need to increase some support provision to be able to not disadvantage our defence members and families, so that they're able to access quick, readily available supports, in particular noting the service lifestyle of posting in and out and potential waiting lists for those, but also the coming and going of the serving member due to service-related reasons. So the timing that they may require or may all of a sudden have access may contradict in terms of what service may be available in the community. So therefore, for us to be responsive to the requirement and to their need, that is a consideration for resourcing in our regional offices.
Thank you. And do you feel the same in respect of your office, Ms. Safades, notwithstanding it's being an office located in a capital city?
Yes, I do. Also like to add that in terms of resourcing, perhaps some collaboration with other agencies. So I'm thinking Open Arms, for example, to run some of those programs with Open Arms, particularly around the impacts of deployments for spouses. So co-run those programs. I think we may, and offer those as a Defence and Open Arms, may be useful. And maybe there may be an opportunity for spouses to take them up. And also for parents, because there's not a lot offered for parents. Sometimes a program for parents is just what the space they need to be able to be educated, but also be able to talk about their experiences.
And do you find that, how do you engage with parents? Let me ask that question. Do you find that parents are looking for assistance from DMFS, or are you actively going out and speaking to parents? What's your involvement and your engagement with them?
We don't have any direct means that we contact the parents. It's an opt-in, so they will contact the helpline.
Certainly.
And they may be referred to us. Or the member, in us completing a report for the member, may talk about some issues around the parents. And we may be able to offer supports and just work with the member and the parents in terms of arranging the appropriate services for them.
I would agree, and I would like to add, if it's okay, Council, that we also extend support or information provision at the recruitment centres. So at the enlistment engagement centres, a representative of the DMFS team will provide some information provision of what is available for support, but it will also, for example, the 1800 line, our member and family support line, but what could it be extended in that regard is further communication so that parents specifically could some resourcing might be useful there. They do call, and at times at family engagement events, if they are supporting their family at that particular time, whoever that family and however it is defined, it's certainly not uncommon to see an extended family member, whether it be a parent, to attend with the member and or partner and or children at certain events throughout the year that we may facilitate or co-facilitate.
Particularly, if I may add as well, particularly if there's a homecoming, so a ship is returning or a unit that's deployed is coming back, and there is a meeting them at the wharf, for example. We may be making banners on the wharf. DMFS is very identifiable. We've got an orange, very sort of bright orange gazebo type thing, tables. There's always a number of staff that man those, and it's quite strategic because we know that people need to come up and speak to people. So you don't want one staff member manning it, and then that's not going to give opportunity if somebody wants to pull you aside and just talk about whatever their issue is. Obviously, we won't solve the issue there. We'll give them the contact numbers and how to get in contact with us, but certainly it is that opportunity for them to actually connect with us and to start to talk about what their issue is. Or what they're wanting to discuss.
Yes, thank you. And I take it, Major General Stoddart, you would see those sort of efforts as being an aspect of the wellbeing model and that preventative component of the services that DMFS offers.
Yes, I think as we discussed, the broader definition of family, contact with the broader definition of family is incredibly important. The efforts at our Defence Force recruiting centres to reassure families, give them the contact numbers, let them know what our services are, I think is a really worthwhile investment. We've also tried to resource better DMFS presence at march out parades and graduations. A wonderful celebration of achievement, and family members in large numbers attend those ceremonies. We want to be there as well, you know, educating people that services are available and how to access them as needed. So I think a broader definition of family and a broader effort on communication is incredibly important for prevention and education.
Thank you. And on the topic of parents in particular, I assume that you would recognise the importance of parents, obviously at any age, but particularly having regard to the younger cohort of ADF members. Would you accept that?
Absolutely. And I feel that parents and that familial relationship is one that we need to, it's not just for the younger cohort, although specifically for the younger cohort. I think that when families, often when families get into stress, one of the other ways they reach out is to other members of the family, including parents. And so I think they're important through the whole life cycle and through the whole career life cycle, particularly if you're navigating a relationship breakdown. A serving member may, I defer to my expert colleagues here who are at the coalface, but serving members facing a relationship breakdown, their friendship networks, but also their parents and their extended family networks come back into very close requirements.
Yes, thank you. Connected to the question of communication, and I will move to that topic in a little more detail, but related to that is the question of barriers to access of services. Ms. Baker, might I invite you to comment on the barriers to access you see in your office and for your cohort?
The barriers of access include signposting, not knowing where to start, who to start with, what supports might be available is one of those barriers, and we're included as part of that. So knowing what DMFS support provision is available is something that's unknown, and it's a consistent thing that comes up, whether it be DMFS or other support services, what supports is available. A barrier could be, certainly in remote areas, the lack of support provision or minimal choice of the service provision available in those areas. And there's some limitations in regard to that. Yeah, sometimes depending on where our housing is located or the defence service residents, they may be in areas where they may not have the infrastructure available for ready access. For example, public transport, or if there are remote areas such as Townsville or Cairns, it might be a family unit with only one car, but they may be 40 minutes away or further away, so therefore how do they access us? Are they on a bus route? Can they access our support services? Do they have a pass? Are we on base, off base? Can be an issue of consideration. Both of my offices are off base, but we certainly provide supports on base so we can go out to those areas. But some family members don't have access to bases because they don't have a base pass, and that can be a barrier of access for them. I think I don't have anything further to add at this point.
Well, I might ask Ms. Safadis to indicate whether you have some particular issues that you might wish to raise in response to that question.
One of the issues that has emerged and does emerge from time to time is with the family supported funded programs and the community groups, Because they self-manage, at times there can be conflict within those groups, and we hear reports back that the purpose of those groups isn't being fulfilled and met in the fullest of what it is. Our intentions are good, and probably the intentions of those community groups is good. However, people are people, and conflict does emerge. So managing those conflicts sometimes can be time-consuming, and that is a barrier, because if you're a newly posted family into a region and you feel like you can't actually, or you try and you reach out in a centre, and you don't feel welcome or comfortable, you're not likely to want to go and reach out again. You may, but you may not. So I think those things sometimes can be barriers for people. Building on the issue that my colleague was talking about, transport can be an issue as well. So travelling from one end of Sydney to another to go to an event can be difficult. So we are constantly looking at ways to overcome barriers. So we may put on a same event or a similar event in 3 or 4 different locations. And the uptake of that can depend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I could add, if I may, Council, in regard to that comment, when we're trying to be or sell the wares, or certainly whether it be us or inviting other stakeholders as part of that, it requires resourcing to be able to do that. Being an opt-in service does reduce our reach at times, and noting that part of our provision of support is to support operational capability. We are reliant at times on command reaching in and requesting our supports, and some command will and others won't, for various reasons, whether it be knowledge, whether it be, well, there could be a range of reasons which I'm unable to comment on, but that can be a barrier of support as well. So it's constant on our front face, but also from our helpline or the resourcing, is communicating, and so therefore overall communication is multifaceted, and that's something that we are working on all the time to try and help families understand what's available, whether they've got problems or they don't have problems. There's a range of support provisions that are available to them in that early intervention prevention stage. If not anything else, that preparedness or understanding of what some of those challenges are in a written form is useful.
Thank you.
If I may also add, just building on your point there, it's also the members sometimes not getting that information to the families, and that's a real barrier for the families. Some of the spouses said, we want you to communicate with us directly. That ties into the opt-in. Yeah.
You accept, don't you, that can be a tension, really?
Yes.
Totally, yes.
And how might you overcome that? What have you undertaken? Have you identified any ways of being able to communicate directly with the family rather than through the member? And I think
I'll answer this. Oh, go on. Okay. So what we do when we have an event, we are proactive in terms of asking people to sign up to our newsletter. It's a monthly newsletter, and it will be sent out to all families. So in our region, we've got about close to 800 families that are on the newsletter list. That's still nowhere near the numbers that I was speaking about earlier, but at least that's information that's going directly to the spouse and not routed through other means. But we're also putting that up on the ForceNet pages, on the BaseNote pages, so we're trying to get that information out.
Yeah. So to summarise what you've said thus far, would it be correct to say that there are some challenges in the provision of services to families for at least the following 3 reasons? But first, that the knowledge about the services and the services provided are not reaching families because communications are not what they should be. Issue number one. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Number two, that the services are generally filtered through the, not always, but generally filtered through the defence member, and that can be a barrier for families knowing about services and that they can access those services. Would you agree with that? And thirdly, services and connection are also filtered through chain of command, and that too can constitute a barrier to access. Is that right?
Yes.
And as to that latter point, is that a barrier both for the member, the ADF member, but also for the family?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Council, can I just confirm that members and families can go directly to DMFS for the provision of services?
Yes.
And the chain of command can recommend to the member or to DMFS to reach out and provide services. When you said, I think you said the chain of command can filter service delivery.
Oh, I withdraw that. Not filter service delivery so much, but filter the facts that might, or the knowledge that might warrant the provision of particular services. And maybe you can elaborate on this. What tension do you see between command and its relationship with the member and the provision of services to the member and to the family?
So I think that some chains of command, and I defer to my colleagues with their more detailed experience, not just my own, but some chains of command will be very, very aware of DMFS services and programs and look to actively engage with DMFS to assist their people and their families with those programs, and others less so. But my experience would be that when there is a time of need emerging or clearly arrived, if not crisis, chains of command will reach out to DMFS to support those families and those members through that period of time, and indeed some DMFS services are required for some administrative or command actions to be taken. So I do think that there is more work that we can do to educate and assist our chains of command to make them aware from a communication perspective of the suite of DMFS programs and services, to collectively raise their awareness, but also their willingness to engage with DMFS early.
Tell me, is that underway, or is that contemplated, or is that something that this might precipitate?
I think that we will need, I think it will precipitate further work there detailing DMFS's relationship with the chain of command to ensure that we are maximising that relationship as well, as opposed to just the member and the family. DMFS's support to the chain of command is an area that I think we can get better at.
And would you agree, Ms. Baker and Ms. Iosafidis, is that is something that warrants, if not urgent attention, but something that warrants attention sooner rather than later?
It's yes, and it's something that exists, and every effort on a regular basis to engage with command it already happens. For example, I meet with the senior ADF officer biannually. I meet with the commanding officers of all of the units at a minimum at the beginning of each year. I will engage with commanding officers after each report, or it certainly am available for them to reach into me for certain consultation as required. So that's already happening. Myself or my team members are already doing that. But yeah, we will absolutely. I acknowledge that there's always room for improvement, and very happy to do that. If I may, Council, just in terms of staff resourcing, every area office, just for your awareness, will have a different resource footprint, and therefore what that may also impact as a barrier. So in some areas, they won't have a full complement of the multidisciplinary team, or have minimal, depending on the demographics or need in that particular area at times. And I could give an example for a differentiation, what's available in my Cairns team.
Yes.
I have 3 staff there, whereas I have 9, 10 staff in Townsville. So if we were to provide an extensive form of support, and at times probably a quarter, if not higher, would be providing support after hours, after the 9 till 5 or 8 till 5 period of time. If I was to extend that in Cairns, that would come at a cost, and I'd need to balance my health and wellbeing of my team members. So resourcing, coming back to that, will look different, and therefore the provision of support services available in different areas may look different as well.
Yes, and certainly I think it is noted in the response to the notice that DFMS is suffering, like other aspects of defence, so workforce shortage, and so that no doubt impacts upon the matters you are indicating there.
And delays also in onboarding staff can be a problem as well, like how long it takes, how long the security vetting. We're at a whole of government security vetting, so therefore that can delay somebody coming on board. The concept of APS position versus contractor also impacts on the whether we're an employer of choice, and therefore if we're looking back at that resourcing and what's available, may impact that as well.
Yes, and just on that latter point, could you elaborate on why that has that impact, whether it's a contractor or an APS employee? Could you perhaps explain that for the benefit of the commissioners?
Sure. What I'm referring to or meaning by that, anecdotally, what I hear is some people look for more stability of employment, and therefore the conditions that go with that may not be available for contractual staff. Some people prefer a contract, so I can't speak generically on that, but that's what I'm referring to.
I see, thank you. And tell me, Major Stoddart, in terms of looking at engagement and communication with defence members and families, and also command, is DFMS or Defence, some other part of Defence, engaging in any sort of review of that communication activity? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's we are not formally undertaking a review of the communications plan and strategy. We are looking at a number of different methods of how we communicate with our families. We do produce one publication called Defence Family Matters, produced twice a year. That is posted to the Defence household. So that is a direct form of communication that goes to the house, and that's produced twice per year. That channel of communications directly to the household is something that I feel we need to look at closely. We are sensitive to the Defence members' preferences around what they may consider intrusion in their family life.
Yes.
Some families, as Ms. Baker's indicated, don't reach out for DMFS services and programs. They navigate themselves around what's available in their community, and they want to minimise contact with Defence and Defence agencies. So some families don't seek that, some do, but I do think that channel directly to the families is really quite important. I also think that whilst by far the majority of families are very protective factors for the Defence member, some family circumstances are very complex, and some family members or some serving members may not seek to have certain elements of their family contacted directly by Defence and provided with some information. So it is a complex area. We are also looking at, if I could just lastly, we are looking at the ability for our Defence members to nominate if they would be comfortable with us providing some regular direct communications to their nominated family members for certain reasons. That's going to require us to have a look from a policy and legal perspective about how that would work and at what times and what type of information, and how often we might need to review or renew that permission from the service member to communicate directly with families, and on what types of information.
Yes, and Major General Stoddart, how does that fit in with the slightly expanded or an expanded version or definition of families, and who might be contacted in connection with that information? Is it going to be a significant other broadly put, as well as a spouse or a mother or a father?
Yeah, I think that no caveating that we will need to go through and review this. I think that the provision of information can be quite either relatively generic, or it could be very specific, depending on circumstances and what we seek to communicate. My only vision at the moment, noting that the type of information that we send out in Defence Family Matters is more advertising, knowledge, information sharing. These are the programs and services, some testimonials of experiences, advertising of activities or surveys. But if we were going to get into the area of more specific communications around significant deployments, life events, those sorts of things, we would look to sort of make sure that communication flow was relatively narrow. We do have two types of sort of specific persons in families, and they don't have to be family members. One's called next of kin, normally your closest or nominated blood relative for understanding notifications and provision of entitlements at times. And then we have a primary emergency contact. So in the event of an emergency, who do you want us to contact? Often they can be the same person, sometimes they're two different people. I don't know whether my colleagues wanted to add anything.
Could I just add, in terms of the Defence Family Matters, the approach that's taken and the outlook is a very positive approach. So they're the good news stories that we put forward, and really searching for those. So putting out just how adaptable families are and can be, and I think that's a really good slant to have in that kind of a magazine.
Thank you. And Ms Baker?
I have nothing further to add.
Just returning to barriers to access, we've discussed the barriers that might exist for defence members versus families, that they can be different. But within the definition of family, there is the use of that term can obscure some nuance in there, and of course we have different types of family members. So I have in mind, for example, civilian partners. Do you find that, from your direct experience, that they are in a slightly different position from, say, dual-serving members? Are there particular nuances with particular family members who might need particular types of communication or engagement? Do you have anything you might say in response to that? Ms Baker? Or Ms Isophides, sorry, I don't wish to cut across you.
I think what you're saying is true, that there are, once you're in defence as a dual-serving family, you have different understanding of defence and the requirements and commitments of work and to meet capacity requirements. For civilian spouses working within the civilian sphere, and then being able to accommodate the member and the military as well. So if there's children involved, how to incorporate the children, getting the children to school, to events, whatever in the community, linking into defence through the events that are provided and advertised, whether it's on Eventbrite, whether it's in the newsletter for your specific region, whether it's going to the community group, whether you've got the time to do that. Are you employed? Have you been able to get work moving to this new location? All those things, that's a little bit different from a dual-serving family.
Thank you.
And with dual-serving families, there can be additional challenges as well. Some, depending on career provisions, they may or may not be able to post to the same location. If there's children involved, And those decisions sit outside our remit. But if there's children involved, dropping off, picking up children, or if there's service-related absences based on deployment or courses or those sorts of things, who becomes the primary caregiver? Is their career interrupted, or not necessarily career, but is there, are they able to provide the level of support that they can to their service and also to their family? Those things can be additional complexities for dual-serving couples. But as we referred earlier and you identified in the Defence Family Survey, partner employment, school education, linking into a new location and understanding what supports are available in the community as well as within the defence context is for both civilian and dual serving.
Thank you. Major General Stoddart, following on from matters that Ms Baker mentioned earlier, I might remind you of some evidence that you gave earlier, it was last year, in connection with transition. And I won't bring the transcript up, but I'll quote the reference for the benefit of my friends. It's 21-1868, and it was from the 15th of March 2022. And to remind you, in the context of taking a system view of transition, you indicated that you wanted to look at what it was like for the veteran and their family as they pass through the transition system, which involves many, many agencies and parts of agencies. Consistent feedback we get from veterans and their families through the transition system is that it is complex and difficult to navigate. And when we're understanding the transition system from an ecosystem view, particularly in view of the Productivity Commission you're referring to there with the report, it shifted our view from a defence-centred view of transition to a whole of system view of transition and to an understanding of what was going on in that system. So I mentioned that, and we know, of course, that transition is a particular stressor for defence members, but also their families. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
In terms of difficulties of navigation, and I remind you, Commissioners, that we've heard evidence from Dr. Angela Maguire in particular in April last year about the fact that navigation itself navigating multiple websites, multiple systems, can be a stressor for families and can be a stressor for members, particularly if they're already under experiencing mental health difficulties. Is DMFS presently doing anything to address that issue of multiple layers and complexity in the provision of information? If so, what are they doing? What are you doing? If you're not, why not?
Thanks, Council. The helping, firstly, informing people that programs and services are out there and seeking their willingness to look for them as they need them is incredibly important. We are looking at a portal approach where that you should be able to go in and then describe what you're after and then gain some advice. Now that is not mature. We are looking at how we better organise our information and provision of information, signposting to members and families particularly, but it is not as far as advanced as potentially it should be, and we are looking at how we may improve that service delivery. Could I just say that I feel that the 1800 helpline national intake is a wonderful resource of very experienced human service professionals who are not only able to assist with safety planning or referrals, but also take a number of calls that will help people direct to a certain area for their assistance. The system is contained of so many different parts. To try and provide one concierge service, to try and provide one catalogue of services, given the different needs of people at different stages and different capacities, I feel that a system probably needs to be better structured, that has key supports and assistances depending on your specific requirements and needs. And I think one of my colleagues, maybe Ms Baker, mentioned the point, there is no wrong door. Whichever door you go in, can you be referred to the right place to be? And perhaps a live chat addition has been suggested to the helpline. So it's not just a person, you can type in real time, people are coming back at you to sort of direct you into the right services, is another method to sort of help people navigate the complexity of the system. If I could, when we realise there's a need, but we only see it in a silo and we add more resources, we actually add more complexity and difficulty to the system.
Yes.
And so taking the systems view and trying to put yourself in the seat of a family member, like a mother, trying to, I'm worried, I need some help. What do I do? If they've got a fridge magnet from a march out parade, ring the 1-800 number. And then we can start to direct them. So I think when we start to, as we are redesigning the whole system, to try and get to a place of a catalogue of services that is completely comprehensive and covers every eventuality, we've got to have a couple of steps potentially on the way there, and I could not see the 1-800 not being a significant part of that. So sorry, Council, I'd simply say whenever we have these sorts of questions, the first thing I come back with is the 1-800 number for a member and family, and also the chain of command.
Yes. No need to apologise, because it seems that you have many service offerings, it would seem. But what I'm interested to know is there a way of simplifying the model of their delivery or provision or the identification to members and their families, in order that it's not just layering one service offering on top of another or top of another or top of another, but you're able properly to identify to members and the families what you have to provide to them?
I absolutely agree. Simplification, streamlining, they are systems approaches which would pay, in my view, greater benefit than additions of additional programs and services.
And tell me, do you have a horizontal map of what services that are being offered for Defence members and their families?
Across transition?
To start with?
Absolutely.
More broadly?
More broadly, yes, but not as advanced as we have done for transition.
And do you think one is warranted?
Absolutely.
I defer to my colleagues, but my view would be absolutely.
Yeah. And just to add to what Major General Stoddart is saying, we are looking at putting on a series of information and sessions to be able to get from families what their opinions and thoughts are around the barriers and what they would like to see. So that's going to be over the next couple of months in conjunction with DFA, Defence Families Australia. We'll be co-running those workshops in some key locations.
Thank you, Ms Baker.
Sorry, what was the
question?
question?
I just wondered if you have anything to add to
Anything
what's
further?
been said.
No,
Thank
Council.
you. Major General Stoddart, if I can address this question, we've looked at the delivery of services and the provision of services to Defence members of their families, both at a strategic level initially when we talked about the structure of Defence member and family support, And then we've also looked at service delivery at, I suppose, at a tactical level on the ground, providing information and support to families. Is there a gap between what is hoped for, or what is planned at a strategic level, and what can actually be implemented at that tactical level? And if there is a gap, what's causing it?
You might need to help me. So at the strategic level,
you have your
policy,
strategy, you have your
yes,
policies.
Yes, yep,
And then you have service delivery on the ground.
yep.
It would appear, at least from the Defence Member Family Survey, that what is hoped to be achieved is not always achieved on the ground.
Yeah.
What are some of the factors that are playing into that?
Yeah. Look, I think the static nature of some of our programs and services are maybe not keeping pace with changing needs and requirements. I think that we need to look at our feedback loops and how quickly we can adjust programs and services, not in a major reform sense, but just make sure that they are the right form of service delivery. If we're not getting great take-up of programs and services that we're offering, why is that the case? What should we do about it? So I think the first point I would say to you is to improve our feedback loops within our own teams, but also our ability to adjust the programs relatively quickly. I would say in terms of data collection and our evaluation programs from our specific service delivery and programs needs to be better. We need to be collecting data in such a sense that we're quickly monitoring take-up, effectiveness, what are the survey results saying, and turning on those programs relatively quickly. And if they're not proving effective, redivert resources elsewhere or adjust the program more quickly. So if I was to give you something tangible that I think is a barrier, is that we need better business management and intelligence on our resources and better collation of data. We are working on that, and we have formed a small directorate to do that, but we do need to get better at that evidence-based reforms in a quicker loop. I think you've already pushed on one thing previously as well, which I think is not just education and information around our services to family members, but also to the chain of command. The DMFS relationship with the chain of command, I think, is one that we can improve. And that's not to say that it's not good at the moment, but get it better. And really make sure command is aware of how much support can be provided. And when may be the cues to do so. And look, I'll leave it there. I do, but maybe one last one would be, I do think that, no, I think I'll leave it there.
Okay. Ms. Isophares?
Just following on from that, if I may give you the Sydney explanation
Yes.
or example.
Certainly.
The way that we actually work with command, and I agree, it's a continuous improvement cycle. So you need to continue we can't be complacent, because they command posts as well. So incoming command needs to know about services and changes to our service as well. This year, normally we would go out and meet with command, myself and the military support officer and the transition lead, and have a series of appointments, because with the 76 establishments there's obviously a lot of command, and being able to time that in a way that suits command as well, that can be challenging. So this year I put the challenge to the team, led by the military support officers, and asked them to come up with a plan with the family liaison officers and social workers in terms of what they thought would be the best way for us to reach command, and how we could actually tell command about what we do and what we offer. So we came up with a plan where we held a session at Holsworthy Barracks. We had 30 command members present. We also invited some very select key stakeholders that we knew would interface with Command to assist Command to do their work, separate from the wider DMFS stakeholder sort of group. And in that session, there was ample time to share information, to swap business cards, to make connections with Command, with the stakeholders, for them to meet the DMFS team, to understand the services we provided. And then apart from that, quarterly stakeholder engagements throughout the year. So it's just a constant ongoing and needing to be vigilant and just not sit back and think, right, our work's done, because it's not. Just continual.
Yes, Ms Baker.
I'd just like to probably add, and the clarification of when we're talking about command, that's actually quite extensive. It's not necessarily just the commanding officer of a particular unit. It may be the unit welfare officer. It may be the chaplain as part of that command chain. Unit welfare officer, divisional officer, or personnel capability officer. There's a broader scope. It could be a subsection commander for a particular part. So when we and again, I'm hoping I'm speaking for all of my colleagues here. When we're talking about command, that definition in itself can be quite extensive as well. And I would agree, multiple, like there's stakeholder meetings, quarterly meetings, regular targeted meetings with all of different command in its various forms routinely throughout the year at the tactical level.
Thank you. Major General Sodat, might I just take you to two particular matters? And the first matter is this. It was something that was raised in another panel earlier in the week, and it was, if I might, operator, if you could please display document STU.0010.0001.0283. And this, by way of introduction, this is a report that was commissioned by the US Congress into preventing suicide in the US military. Are you familiar with this report?
I am.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not in a detailed sense, but I am familiar with the report.
You know of the report?
I do.
And it was undertaken by the Suicide Prevention Response Independent Review Committee, and amongst other matters, it looked at the impact of relocations on members and their well-being. Questions were asked on Monday of this week of Commodore Young as to whether any like study had been done to his knowledge within the ADF. He did not know, but he referred the matter to DMFS. So for that reason, I pose the same question to you. And to assist you in that regard, I'll take you to the same page to which Commodore Young was taken. That's 0319. And the first paragraph, if you could expand that, please, operator. So the impacts of postings and relocations on individuals. So are you aware, has DFMS undertaken any like study, or are you aware more broadly that Defence has undertaken a like study?
I'm not aware of DMFS undertaking a direct study into the impacts of Relocations Council, if that's your question. I do understand that there was some years ago a study done into relocations and mobility, but it's not. I don't think it was a contemporary study. I defer to my colleagues if they're aware of any, if I've answered your question. I'm not aware of any DMFS study into the impacts of relocations.
Thank you.
No.
Do you think one might be warranted?
I absolutely. I think so. I think that relocations can be difficult. Some families embrace new opportunities in different parts of Australia for periods of time. Others find them very stressful. Again, it's back to that unique nature of the family and its circumstances and its stage. They're there may very well be opportunities for us to learn how we can reduce the negative impacts of relocations, expand the positive aspects of relocations, but also give some certainty to where people may then subsequently be posted to a preferred location or to one where there's family support or the like. I think the balance with career progression, but also the types of workforces we have. So if you're a specialist workforce with the majority of that capability of the ADF in one location, you should be able to have a number of postings in the one location and potentially career progress and expand your experience and capabilities in that one location. If you're a generalist workforce that needs to be experienced in a breadth of opportunities, you may need to post to different locations to gain those opportunities. But to your question that there may be value in us having a better, deeper, more contemporary understanding of those impacts of relocations, I agree with your premise.
Thank you.
May I also add, there may be scope here for us to work in conjunction with other branches in conducting this research, because I think the new wellbeing unit would be well placed to actually look at those things with us.
Certainly, I'm grateful. And Ms Baker, I take it you agree with that?
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you. Major General Stoddart, might I take you now to another review or indeed a report, and that is the assurance check report to which I referred earlier. If you could please display DEF.1063.0001.002 and at 0027. Whilst that is being brought out, of course, Major General Stoddart, this is the, in the previous hearing block, the Commissioners heard from Group Captain Drynan and Ms Annalise Hilda in relation to a report that, of which Ms Hilda was the author, and that being the assurance check report. And that was the correct document. In the first instance, might I ask whether you're familiar with the evidence?
I am relatively familiar with the evidence that was presented.
And are you familiar with the report?
I am.
Yes. Now, as to the report, that report analysed 59 IGADF reports released between June 2016 and June 2022 relating to the deaths by suicide of ADF members and 57 ADF members. That's correct, isn't it?
That's my understanding, yes.
Tell me, and it's a case that the report sought to analyse the IGADF reports in order to identify common factors in those deaths by suicide, with a particular focus on factors that relate to a member's service. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you been provided with a copy of this report?
I have.
Was that in the course of this Royal Commission, or was it separately?
I saw a draft copy of this report when it was first produced, and then I saw the final version of it earlier this year, which was as a result of preparation for the Royal Commission.
Yes. And the draft version that you saw, that was last year, I take it?
Yes, it was.
In connection with consideration of the report or in connection with the Royal Commission?
The draft version of the report was not in connection to the Royal Commission. That was in the course of normal consultation, collaboration within the headquarters.
I see, thank you. Operator, if I might ask you to go to 0034. And on this page, when we come to it, you'll see that it refers to factors relevant to deaths by suicide, and it indicates the most common factors. And I might ask you there, operator, to focus on paragraphs under that heading, factors relevant to the deaths by suicide, paragraphs 26 and 27. And upon enlarging that, you will see, of course, that what is identified there, that the most common factors are mental health issues, in 61% of the deaths by suicide. Relationship breakdowns, hence my raising this with you, of course, are identified in 49% of the deaths by suicide. And then you'll see too, mental health issues and a relationship breakdown. There's in 32% of the deaths by suicide existing comorbidly. And then I might take you also, if I may, to to page 0037, where there's some more information in relation to this. And in particular, if you focus there, operator, on paragraphs 37 and 38, and I particularly note in paragraph 38G, it is noted that in 9, so that is 32% of the deaths, it was assessed that the member's service in the ADF was or was likely a relevant factor in the breakdown of the relationship. And the assessment having been made on the information indicated there. Now, that of course is not to suggest that in the remainder there was no relevant service nexus, but it was in fact the case that there was simply on the face of the material available to the report author, there wasn't enough information to ascertain that. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Having given that background, I might invite your attention to some evidence of Dr. Drew, who gave evidence earlier this week, and might I ask for the slide of her evidence to be displayed. And in this evidence, it is said that, just talking about the contribution of relationship or family problems as being an immediate precursor to suicide. You'll see there what is indicated. Again, just as we talk about the proportionality of different stressors, I think we need to consider the proportionality and interaction between the factors that lead to suicide death. It's a complex journey to understand. Often relationship breakdowns, family problems will be the last factor we're able to identify. It's that last connection to the officer. She's there talking about police officers, but it's equally applicable in the case of defence, we would submit. Had before taking their life, and when that was fractured, they made the decision to take their life. Just to concentrate on that final factor is misleading, and this is the point I wish to put to each of you. There were many things in terms of the workplace that perhaps contributed prior to that tipping point. So we need to understand the entire journey. Our question is that often workplace stressors have contributed to the relationship or the family breakdown, so we can't just be myopic in our focus. Having seen the results of the assurance check report and seeing that, I might also refer you to, without displaying it, and the evidence of Ms. Justine Gregg to this Royal Commission in her statement at paragraph 141, where she indicates that relationship stress is a particular concern to her, having regard to the assurance check report. With that background, might I ask you whether, in response to the results of this assurance check report, you yourself have had any engagement, or DFMS has had any engagement with Ms. Gregg or with other people within defence, say Brigadier Langford? And if so, for what purpose?
I've had extensive contact with Brigadier Langford and Miss Gregg on these matters. I note that the assurance report is the non-technical, requiring technical and contextual analysis to bring it together. I absolutely agree with this evidence that you've presented in front of me, that relationship breakdowns is one of the many potential contributing factors to suicidality. I'm not a clinician or technical in this regard, and I certainly agree with the fact that trying to identify early sub-threshold factors as they may be emerging is the ideal potentially the ideal point of intervention to try and ensure that it doesn't, that those factors don't continue to worsen for a person, combining in complexity to a terrible outcome. So I think that the workplace, the work-life balance, the op-tempo, and the genuine compassion and concern that we may have for each other in our workplaces, and understanding what is happening in a person's life and their manner of dealing with it is incredibly important. And that I think that involving families in important interaction with us will give us another window into someone's health and well-being. So the contact with the family is important, not just for the provision of support to the family. It's also a window into the member, and the member's a window into the family. People sometimes try and, as I said, keep their work life different to their personal life, and within reason and bounds of privacy and requirements. We need to reach out to families better to seek their views and take their input. Have I answered your question there, Council?
Yes.
Your
Yes.
question was specifically about my interaction with Brigadier Langford and Ms. Gregg.
Yes, and you did answer that initially. Tell me, is DMFS in the process of undertaking any reviews that have been precipitated by that assurance check report?
No, we have not, other than some initial conversations around it is starting to cue us to certain areas, noting that we need the technical report, we need the contextual analysis, and Brigadier Langford's work to bring this all together. But we have shared that report at DMFS, with DMFS. The director of the helpline, critical incidents and policy, has reviewed that assurance report as well. In the context of looking at the US report as well, looking at the complex number of factors and their interactions, there's no one set of characteristics or factors that are going to lead us to eventually intervene early.
Yeah.
But looking at a combination of relationships, sub-threshold identification, engagement with family, I think we are well postured to take a better holistic view of the complexity of the problem and how specific programs that are aligned and connected are going to look at increasing the protective factors, but also alerting our key clinicians and frontline workers and our chain of command teams and management to certain factors that might just make sure that they are cued and intervene appropriately.
Thank you. And tell me, are you undertaking or are you familiar with any activities to analyse the data collected from the 24/7 helpline?
The data from the helpline is reviewed periodically. Mm-hmm. A specific study to look at what the helpline is dealing with, the types of queries, I think we've improved our data management from that. Have we started to, use a technical term, mine that data yet? No, we haven't. Should we? To my knowledge, we haven't. Yeah. Should we be doing so? Absolutely. And the trend lines over period time sets would be of interest. I can say, speaking to the director of the helpline, that she regularly reviews. If she sees a hotspot of a certain type of incident in a certain type of location, yes, she will then intervene and cue other action.
Yes. But of course, and that is valuable and important, but it is a little bit ad hoc and depends on her ability to identify those issues. You'd accept that, wouldn't you?
I do accept that.
Yeah. Thank you. You may not, but I just give you an opportunity to respond to each.
It's true.
Nothing further.
Nothing further?
Council.
No, thank you. Thank you. Might I now ask you, operator, to refer to DEF.1197.002.0389. This is the Hamilton report. I think it's appropriate at this point in time to return to that, and I'll repeat the number 1197.002.0389. And once that is found, I would ask your operator to go to page 0405 of that report. And as that's being brought up, you'll recall, Major General Stoddart, this report sat not at the very beginning, but at the beginning of the integration of services for defence members and veterans. So I'm sorry, operator, just for context, could I ask you, I'm afraid, to go to the first page of that report, 0389. So you see there, Supporting Service Families, a report on the main problems facing spouses of Australian Defence Force personnel and some recommended solutions, by Sue Hamilton, the Assistant Secretary of the Office of Status of Women, in April 1986. Thank you, operator. Now returning to the page you're on at 0405. A little bit of tight text, but nonetheless it's worthwhile, I think, addressing it. 0405. If I might, as that's been brought up, I will summarise the key points that are identified here. Whilst you read them, most people I spoke to are very proud of their spouse's service career, but they saw that career being pursued at the cost of family life, that many Australians would not be prepared to tolerate. And they sought some recognition of the fact. I think that's still an issue that applies today, doesn't it? I think you see you nodding, Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Yeah. Hard to quantify the impact on service morale of this feeling of low self-esteem. But it was quite clear from my observations that dissatisfaction on the part of families was having a significant impact on the morale of serving members, and in many cases was an important cause of resignation from the services. Would you agree that that remains an issue today?
Could I posit that the fact that families are proud of their service members' service still exists?
And I accept that as well.
We have made significant efforts to the family covenant to recognise, celebrate and commit to the sacrifice of families.
Yes.
So in terms of family self-esteem and acknowledgement, we have worked very hard, and I can't say that that's everyone's lived experience, but service families are recognised in many areas as an incredibly important support and component of a service member's ability to give capability.
Yes.
Are there problems existing still, and the impacts on families of service life still? Yes, there are.
And in that connection, operator, might I ask you to go to 0409? And I won't take you through this in too much detail, but nonetheless, just to give a snapshot. 0409 refers to some what are described here as major problem areas and solutions. And one of the issues identified is, of course, family support. And this was the context in which, as you mentioned before, the information liaison officers were established in a response to this report and the integration of the provision of services to families. If you go to the next page, operator, what was intended to be addressed were issues pertaining, you'll see there, to employment, to education, to housing and moving and related allowances. And I might ask Ms. Isophides and Ms. Baker, you would accept that nonetheless, still today, there are some tensions for families and difficulties around moving and relocation and the like. You'd accept that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And then if I can go now in that regard to page 0415, in the context of family support, it is said at 0415 that the stresses of constant moves obviously manifest themselves at different times and at different issues from family to family, and consistently with what we've heard today, I think we'd accept that. But there are 2 points at which families seem to suffer, particularly from a lack of support, and they've identified some points there. But among some of the other issues that have been identified from the need to move, if you go to 0421, childcare, which remains an issue for families, and you will see that's a reference for being a particularly pressing need. Next page, 042. There's identified there another disadvantage of prolonged absence from extended families is the lack, particularly by younger spouses, the kind of support and advice on family problems that is frequently sought from members of one's own family. So questions arise by reference from being isolated from members and other supports. Issues also arise, if I can refer you now to page 0431. Employment presents major problems for many of the spouses I consulted during the study. And I want to suggest that, of course, that remains an issue as spouses, partners move along with the service member, that they face difficulties both with employment and sometimes with education. Would you each accept that?
Yes.
Yes. And then finally, I might take you to the question of education of children at 0435. It is indicated there that education was the most frequently raised problem areas for the people I consulted with. And in particular, what is referred to is the education of children and the particular problems children face in moving schools. And you're seeking to address that now with some of the supports you have offered. But against that, and this is of course a report from April 1986, one of the concerns that would appear to arise is that notwithstanding all the reviews and the reports and the restructuring and the renaming and the recommitting, that ultimately the defence members and their families are still facing some of the same difficulties. They've remained, and it would seem from what we have seen from the most recent survey that they have not necessarily reduced. Would you accept that?
When you say not reduced,
Well, the same issues.
absolutely. The generic issues for defence families are consistent from this 1986 report to all the evidence you've taken us through today. Yes.
And with that in mind, and we have certainly in the Commission reviewed submissions, heard evidence about families' discontent and distress. Not all families, and I accept what you said about some having a positive experience, but many families feeling distressed and let down by defence and the services and the supports that it offers. having seen that these issues are persisting, can you understand the family's reasons for having that view?
Can I
Understand why families might hold that view?
Absolutely, yes.
And with that in mind too, some families feel that Defence hasn't met their obligations to them, particularly in an obligation of an offer of service, and quite unique and particular, difficult service, versus the supports they receive in response. Would you agree with that?
Yes, yeah.
And also notwithstanding the work of people on the ground who are doing what they can within the resources that they are given, and those at the level of strategy and enterprise to develop strategies and provide services, there are still issues for Defence families arising out of their service. Do you accept that?
Absolutely.
With that in mind, and seeing that there are there's another restructure and there's another attempt to do it better, from the position of the Royal Commission, what assurance is there that those further reviews and restructures will actually fundamentally change in some way the delivery of services and the experience of families, having regard to the issues that they face and the Defence life?
Council, from my perspective, your proposition taking us through the Hamilton report from 1986 and the consistency of the issues that you've taken us through today and that were ever present then show that there's remarkable consistency in the generic nature of the issues that our families are facing. Since 1986, there's been a remarkable amount of effort placed to mitigate, to reduce, to better structure and support our families as they navigate their members, partners, fathers, mothers' service to Australia and the Australian Defence Force. I think that from my perspective, having been on that journey myself, our focus now on lifetime wellbeing, our focus now on ensuring that it is a longer-term view of a wellbeing model that we're really still coming to grips with how we best resource, that I am optimistic that we will fundamentally shift the experience of many of our members and families. I don't think we will ever reduce completely the stresses of the unique nature of military service and the impact it has on our families. But can we do better and get them to a point where we cause less tension and stress and impact on families, sometimes with horrible effects? Yet, yes, I do think we can do so. I think that society's expectations change and that the expectations of our members and families as they experience service life are also changing as we need to get more dynamic in how we address those programs and services that we deliver. I think there's a mutual obligation for members, for the ADF towards our members and their families. There's a mutual obligation and a relationship between our members and families and the ADF. We need to reassure them that if they seek help and assistance early, that is what we need them to do. That most times building capacity of members, building capacities of families, builds the capacity of the unit and the ADF. That is a complementary relationship. The circumstances where they may come to a point where they are in tension is not often if there's early intervention and education. So, given the evidence you've taken us through and the connections you've made from the 1986 Hamilton report to where we are now, there is marked consistency in those issues. I am optimistic that we can, and with the outcomes of this Royal Commission, I am optimistic, and the reforms that are going on inside Defence, inside DVA, our connections to each other, I am optimistic that we are going to get to a fundamentally better place. But I can understand the pessimism that may exist in some quarters. I do think we have fundamentally already shifted our approach, and I think that we have an opportunity with this Royal Commission and other reforms that are ongoing to really embed those. So I am optimistic, Council.
And having said that, tell me, Major General Stoddart, upon what within the domain of defence members and their families, upon what key recommendations, key points, what are the top 1 or 2 points that you think will be necessary to pursue in order to change this history of a lot of activity and a lot of goodwill, but not a lot of impact on what is affecting defence members and their families?
Look, I think that I think education and communication is key. What are the needs and what are our best responses? Council, the family survey has now moved to a wellbeing factors approach. I asked my team, and we will work on this, are the wellbeing of our defence families different to the wellbeing of our families in the general community? We don't know the answer to that. So if we were to compare ourselves to the general community from a family wellbeing factors, overall assessment, we don't know the answer. So where do we sit? I don't discount. I've experienced them. I don't discount these issues, these concerns, these problems. But how do we compare to the general community? So until we can make that comparison, and then until we can get better research done to understand why there is a difference, then we can focus on those areas best with the best programs and service delivery models to approach them. So communication and education within ourselves and for our family members continually, but also research that focuses us in the right areas.
Is that research underway?
We are on a journey of discovery, but fundamentally, can we compare ourselves, A, to the general population, and B, where have we come from? So has the wellbeing of our families improved from 1986 to 2023? Now, we are in a position with the longitudinal nature of some of the surveys we're doing to start to have a look at where we compare ourselves from previous times to now, and are we improving in that regard? So I think communication and education of our individual members, our families, our chains of command. I do think that research and comparisons to the general population and to our partners that we can compare ourselves to internationally is incredibly important. I do think that resourcing and connections from a lifetime wellbeing approach inside the military to the Department of Defence, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Commonwealth Superannuation Corporation, to the Department of Health, to the education departments of state and territories and linking to state and territory governments. I'm optimistic that that alignment will start to fundamentally improve the circumstances of our families.
Thank you.
If I was to summarise, communication and education, research and focus of programs, but also our connections inside the federal and state agencies and external agencies that contribute to this holistic effect. Too long have we been in stovepipes, resourcing to a degree that's caused confusion and difficulty to navigate. We must take a systems view.
And Ms. Baker and Ms. Isafardis, I see you nodding in respect of that.
Yes,
And
that's correct.
Thank
It is
you.
multifaceted.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate the time, and I appreciate we've gone over time, but this is such an important issue that I'm going to take further time. I'm sorry. Major General Stoddart, I've heard you say you're optimistic that you say that there's been remarkable effort over the time since the 1986 Hamilton report, and that you're looking at reforms and you're now looking at it from a lifetime wellbeing perspective. But can I say to you, it's been 37 years since that report. And I have to say, I don't feel optimistic based on what I've heard today. I've heard a lot of positive statements from you, and I'll just mention some of those. You talked about the need for a childcare review. You talked about the need to look at domestic and family violence and do more. You talked about the need to increase commanders' awareness, to look at better communication. You talked about the portal and the work you're doing there to signpost. You talked about the need to streamline. You talked about the need for horizontal mapping. You talked about the need for better data collection. And you talked about, yes, that a relocation study might actually be a good idea. And they're just the ones I wrote down. So there are a lot of things there to do. I guess what I'm wanting to understand is there a commitment to doing it? Because that's a lot of work, and I acknowledge it's a lot of work. But in 37 years, the issues don't seem to have changed. And if we are serious, if Defence is serious in saying our people are our most important asset and our families are all about enhancing our capability and our readiness, are we actually putting the resources into the families that are needed?
Commissioner, I understand your perspective. Should we have more resources to do this work in a more holistic approach? Yes.
How much more resources do you need to be able to do all of those things that I listed there?
Well, I stand by the evidence I gave that said that many of those things are already underway. Are they as aligned and resourced as they need to be to ensure sort of a holistic delivery approach from a program perspective? Again, many of these bodies of work are occurring in certain areas that may not have the connections or the understanding of what's happening in other areas. So I can't answer the question of how much resources. I think the first thing I'd say from a systems perspective is that we need a program approach, something that's looking beyond. It's not just DMFS. It's not just Brigadier Langford.
Absolutely.
It's not just the service career management agencies. So I think a program approach to address this.
So is that program approach underway?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And is the Defence and DVA family support strategy that's in development, as I understand it, is that going to deliver a program approach?
Not as it's currently structured at the moment, no.
And can I just ask one last question?
Sorry, Commissioner, if I could.
Sure.
The strategy itself will give direction. What has not yet occurred in sequence is the action plan to deliver that overall strategy. So the strategy has not detailed a program approach as you've indicated. I've indicated I think we need, but that may be an outcome of the action plan development to deliver on that strategy more fully.
Well, perhaps there's a glimmer of hope, Major General Stoddart, but we'll look for that when the action plan comes out, perhaps. Can I just ask one last question in relation to doing things differently? I can't help but sit here and wonder whether part of the problem of why we've still got so many issues is that we're doing it in the same way, and that is we're looking at it from a defence service member perspective. Is there, and what I mean by that is, we heard several times that it always has to go through the service member and what their preference is in relation to engaging with the families. And I do understand Defence has the employment relationship with the service member, but we also hear over and over again, this is a unique employment. It's a unique circumstance. Maybe we need to look at it, doing it differently, and actually, consider actually what we need to do is engage more directly with the families. Because currently we're prioritising the service members' preferences over the families' preferences. And I can't say that you can turn it on its head, but I'm wondering, can you turn it on its head? And I don't necessarily expect you to answer that. It's just a reflection of my current state of mind. Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
Major General, and perhaps the other witnesses too, one thing that occurred to me earlier today, and it was reinforced by what you said towards the end of your evidence, Major General, about looking at the figures. Do you have any figures on the difference in family breakdown in the military compared to the normal population?
No, I don't, Commissioner, as in relationship breakdowns.
Yes.
Comparatively. I don't have them, no.
So I went looking for them in the Australian Defence Force Families Research Document 2019, and I couldn't find anything there. But it would seem, does anybody know of any other?
No, Commissioner.
It would seem to be a fairly fundamental figure to get to grips with, because it mightn't provide an answer, but it might provide a relevant comparison.
Yes, I think you're right. I agree.
And especially done historically, if it could be done historically. Does the military keep figures about relationship breakdown amongst its members?
I think we do. I think we do have a record of relationship breakdowns. I'm not sure how much fidelity we'll have in it and how far back those records will go.
Fidelity is an unusually apt word, perhaps. Sorry. Yes, that was the only question I had, thanks.
Thank you, and I apologise for going over time, but it is an important issue, as Commissioner Brown said. Just a couple of questions. In relation to the frequent moves of 2 or 3 years, we didn't really get an answer from you, Major General. What is your view as the head of military personnel about whether that ought to continue?
I think there is scope for us to review and reduce the frequency by which we move people geographically. There's a distinction between posting and geographic relocation. I think that there is an opportunity for us to have a look at what are the drivers behind that relocation requirement, capability, career development, but also look at how we could create a concerted effort to provide more geographic stability for our people over longer periods of time.
I appreciate you think there's an opportunity, but is anything happening in that space? Is anyone looking at it, or is anyone actually going to say we're going to study it and see whether we need to keep doing this?
I don't think anybody is looking at it, Commissioner. I know that there is, the career management agencies are seeking to provide back-to-back postings in the same localities. That metric is being captured in one service, not the others. So no, should we? Yes, and understand.
You've answered my question. I appreciate it.
Sorry.
Yeah. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. Just in relation to analysis of the data from the helpline, I'm happy to hear from any of you. I didn't really get a clear sense. Is there an analysis that's systemically looking at what's happening with the helpline?
Beyond the anecdotal description I gave of the director being aware of the trends and themes, I'm not aware of that collection getting the analysis that was described by the council during that questioning. But that's not to say that I might be unaware that it is occurring. I'd just look at my colleagues know.
Well, can I ask if you could perhaps just take that on notice and you might get back to us? Thank you.
Can I just also say, Commissioner,
Certainly.
the helpline, they do keep data in terms of numbers. So approximately 15,000 calls per annum is what they take. And in terms of emails in and out, in speaking to families, in the 21-22 period, there was over 19,350 emails that went out.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and it does paint a picture, but it's not helpful unless someone's had a look at what happened in those instances.
Okay.
So, but thank you, I appreciate that. The other issue I wanted to raise is just in relation to relationship breakdown, perhaps because of domestic violence, and I'd like to ask this question hypothetically, but you might appreciate we have had thousands of submissions and hundreds of private sessions. Some experiences that have been brought to our attention is where there has been domestic violence and the male partner is the serving member, and he essentially informs the ADF that they are no longer together and separated, forcing the rest of the family, but not himself, to move out of military premises. Now, you mentioned that wouldn't normally happen, but if you can just explain to me the process, if that happened, hypothetically, what would the process be in terms of turfing the family out on the street, or not?
Relationship breakdown could occur for so many different reasons. If the member came to the unit chain of command and said, my relationship is no longer continuing and I need to change my status, the unit would normally take that on face value, although it could cue a social work report of the family circumstances if we were cued by a member's family that, hey, that's not the case, or he's done this without due concern for us or our circumstances. And then there would be unit level action taken to sort of notify the relevant agencies, including Defence Housing Australia, that relationship was no longer continuing. So
it doesn't answer my question. What's going to happen with the housing situation? So it's an ad hoc process, is that what you're saying? There is no accepted procedure and standard operating procedure that says if the husband is the serving member and he may have committed or been accused of domestic violence, it doesn't seem to be a systemic approach to making sure that the rest of the family doesn't simply get turfed out on the street.
If we have evidence of domestic violence, then we would. I'm not sure I can I don't think I have enough detailed information to tell you exactly what you seek in terms of our templated response to there's a report of family and domestic violence. There's a change in status being notified. I feel like there would be reach out to the family members, but I need to go back and find out what our guide would say in those circumstances to deal with the family and the housing circumstances. We would not seek to put a family on the street.
I appreciate there'd be goodwill, but again, grateful if somebody can just check and get back to us, if you can take it on notice about what exists on paper, about what should happen there. One last question, just in relation to the no wrong door policy. Could somebody just explain to me, so I ring up and I haven't got the right area. What happens next? How is that person that has called in distress? Does he get put through to somewhere else and he's got to tell the story again, or what happens?
Can I take that one? Yeah.
Absolutely.
If they ring the helpline, generally the helpline will take the time, and sometimes it's, quite substantial in terms of understanding what the presentation is, what their needs are, and what is happening for them. So there's always a safety assessment that comes with that. And then from that, there may be a series of recommendations that both the caller and the helpline agree to, in terms of, okay, this is what the plan is, I'm going to do this, you're going to do that. A part of that plan maybe will refer to a regional area, so the Sydney area, for example. So we'll get a referral, and then I will allocate that referral to a social worker who will then, again, based on that initial assessment, reassess and look at what their needs are and what requirements are to provide the service and support
But
the family.
in terms of the member or the person who's contacted having to tell their story, which might be quite a lengthy process, as you quite rightly highlighted, is there any assurance that they don't have to tell the same story 5 times?
It wouldn't, well, there's detailed notes, so yes, we would be reading the notes prior to, and if it is a situation where it is quite sensitive, helpline will contact us directly and speak with us directly. So the helpline would speak to myself or Rachel as an area manager and just outline, look, this is a difficult situation, this is a whatever situation. Please, what we've agreed on is that you contact the family, can you allocate it and go forward. So yeah, in the course of, it's not about just going to intake and then having to retell the whole story again and then going to command and having to retell the whole story again, etc., etc.
Okay, so it's no wrong door in terms of no one being turned away. It's simply getting them to the appropriate or the right area.
Yeah, and so the member can present to us directly or can present to the helpline. So that's when I said there's no wrong door, that's what I was meaning.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Free, any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioners.
Ms. Rubagotti, any matters arising?
Nothing arising, they can be released from your summons.
Okay, might the witnesses be excused from their summons to appear? She said yes. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Thank you for your evidence today. We appreciate it, and you're excused from your summons to appear today. I think Major General Stollart's, if we had a frequent flyer program, I think you'd be doing well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other matters?
No, Commissioners.
Okay. If that's the case, we'll adjourn till Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 9:30 a.m. Monday the 24th of July.